slowly as they sit on the bucket seats here. They've just recently installed the bucket seats, and everyone has been pouring through the gates. But right now it's a humid 31 degrees Celsius, but that has in no way taken away anything from this competition. And very soon we're going to get straight into the plate quarterfinals. Day one yesterday, there they are. It's Vunda Blues up against the Western Force. This is the plate quarters, game number 1. Vunda Blues on your left from Lautoka, and that's the Western Force team. A team made up of players on the police force based in the West, majorly dominated by Nandronga players in Singatoka, 2 hours drive from the capital. So there's the Western Force teams, Mesulame Songa. And the referee for this game is Usambani Valu, the referee from Suva. There he is. They've had 32 teams in this competition, 46 pool games in day 1. And Usambani Valu will signal the coverage of Fiji 1, exclusively bringing this straight to your living room. So a high start from Vunda Blues, and Mesulame Songa doesn't manage under the sun. Is it half back? That was Chovesa Singa Tambu. Nandronga without a few players who are currently on tour with the Warriors, but they are due to return tomorrow as they take it down just outside the 22. So Western Force outside the 10. That was Mesulame Songa, a player who initially played his rugby from the Tavua area here also in Vatukoula, and he's actually going to come out the bench as they pick and drive, very keeping the game tight early in this game. And here's a big runner, 7-9 Andruku over the halfway, right on the 10. Chovesa Singatambu. So all of these teams have had to really bear with the unbearable heat yesterday in day 1 of competition as they bring it back into the traffic. Savanatha Ranawatha right on the 50, and they've closed in the defense. As a Western Force, there's a turnover and the counter-rucking very strong. And a good start from the Vunda Blues, a team that hails from Lautoka and also have created their fair shares of national reps that have donned the white jumper. We'll get to that a little bit late. Force, they've tried to rotate it in all sorts of direction here. There's Chonetani Ratu who brought it up. He is again. Ratu right on halfway. Still a Western Force. Uleasi overlapping past these 2 men to spare on the outside as they step it back inside. Mano Tamaya, the former age grade player, played international rugby for 15 secondary school, and coming in from the side, that's the call from the referee and penalty. So it's the continuity that would be the question for Western Force if they turned it over the second time. And there's a chance for Vunda Blues to break out from deep inside their territory as the tackles come flying, and they've got an extra man on the outside, a tall Alipate Dhimba. Almost on the outside, you can see how light-footed the grass conditions here. It's really good conditions playing underneath the sun. There's been no rain at all, and that is such a big change as we've seen in recent tournaments. So Vunda Blues over the 50. Penalty yet once again. Blues, Lemeki Nayumba. Lemeki still going outside the 22, and he's tackled well, but it's obvious that the Western Force are pretty much in all over the place in the early start of this game as Lemeki takes it on the outside again. So there's a chip and chase. Chovesangoro, not a bad option, and he'll go over and press it over for the first try of this quarterfinal. And that's a very good start from the Vunda Blue team from Lautoka as they go up first on the scoreboard. There's the try score of 5-0. Vunda Blues lead Western Force. Now watch this again. It's the chip and chase. This is straight out of either Amasia Rawama textbook or maybe Thomas Idama Jr. textbook to do those kind of things. And there's an exhausted player who's really done well. But that is the score that needed to happen. It's the team that strikes first that is likely to have the upper hand. So with the conversion to come from the outside, there's the try scorer number 10, Joseph Angoro. The conversion has missed on the outside. So it's 5-0 from Vunda. Pretty much this tournament has been a tournament of upsets. We've seen other big teams fall on day one yesterday in the likes of Red Rock. Red Rock lost their 2 pool games, although they came back to win the third one. So too, bowing out were the Wardens. That was a big surprise also. They lost their first 2 pool games, although they won their third one. So another high restart. Working with the sun, they must have won the toss and opted for the kickoff. And here's Western Force breaking away. This is the furthest they've come. And a big run right on the short side. Chovesa Singatambuan is brought down just outside the 10. There's the counter attack again from Vunda Blues. Numbers that's gone backwards, says the referee Mpanivalu. Ane Nasi Nanai. Well, he's smothered by Savanada Ranawada of the Western Force. But it's the defense right now. The defense, Vunda Blues, that is almost a telling factor. Western Force, you'd think that these players, majority for them as Chonetani Ratu, breaks through right in the middle. You think they'd adjust to the hot conditions coming from Nantronga. But they're also equally trying to adjust. So it's loose ball. Samulangai goes over easily. And Savinaya Nandruku will reply for the try. So it's tied all now, 5-5. Well, it's taken a lot, surely, Western Force. There's the try scorer, Savinaya Nandruku. But is he really had to try a lot? And here's the experience of this man, Chonetani Ratu. He pulled the defense. He committed 2 players on the outside. Brought in the big man, Savinaya Nandruku. And just one more pass back inside. Oleasi Lavavo. And the overhand pass from Samulangai. So Western Force go over. There's the try scorer. So with the conversion to come. Chovesa Singatambu. Well, that's a horrific conversion, really, and it's very risky game. That Western Force, quite plain to say that they're not 100% in this game. It showed in their broken pieces of play in the start of this game. And the conversion right there, it just may come back to haunt them as the scores are tied 5-5 with less than 2 minutes remaining. So high restart that doesn't fall on the 10. And it'll go back to a free kick. There it is again. It's Chovesa Singatambu. Wasn't concentrating on that. There's a easy possession to Sefangoro. Take it forward. You can watch that, see that the Western Force, they're just really watching now. They're watching rugby. And they're moving up to the defense, so it's allowing all the time now for Vunda Blues to set up their piece play. So Vunda, just right on the 50 as the hooter sounds. Alipate Vimba looking for one more flourish, and he's juggled that well. You only see that in the circus. And Vunda Blues, Simuel Dhama has gone around again as Chonetani Ratu commits himself in the tackle. He's really had to, as they've missed 2 tackles earlier. But it's Vunda Blues again. Where's the sweeper here? So it's a penalty. The referee, Usa Mbainivalu, is going to play one more just before the halftime break. And in Nasinanai, Goro tries to commit 2 tackles to him, but the support was a little bit slow, so it's still on their side. Now it's all on borrowed time right now. The hooter has sounded. It's already the end of the first 7 minutes. And they rotated very quickly, Ratova. And there's some good footwork in the middle. And here's the chip and chase again. They would have been studying Western Force right throughout pool play yesterday, and it's knocked forward. So a sigh of relief really for the Western Force, whose early questions has been asked about them. Exactly what was their game plan in the first 7 minutes? That's what their coach, Samu Vunaki, would be driving at them. As you saw this easy chip and chase, it was just a matter of the bounce of the ball. And Western Force escaped it. So at halftime, it's 5-5 Vunda Blues tied with Western Force in the first of the plate quarterfinals. There's Vunda Blues. They're coached by Simeone Yala Yala, and they're managed by Akili Masi. And there's a lot being said there. They know that they stand every chance against a star-sided Western Force, who have a lot of Nantrunga players in this team, and it's unbearable heat out there. But it's going to get much better, much, much better, as the heat is likely to soothe away. And with that, the tempo and the game will build up to the cup final. So a change in the recent tournaments that we've seen, it's not running game, where the organizers have allowed the halftime break, because everyone, I tell you, they need it. So initially planned for 24 teams, it's gone up to 32. That shows the interest in this tournament, especially with that, the $85,500 prize money. And with the biggest and the richest ever payback to take away for the cup final winner, that's $40,000. So Western Force with a lot of questions at them, but lessons learned surely. What do they have against the underdogs, if you could call them, Vunda Blues? Jovesa Singatambu. So a higher restart, so they'll play the advantage with the sun on their back this time. And a Blues who's had a lot of defense in the first half and a good time tackle. So loose ball play, and it's knocked forward. So the first scrum of this second half, there has been not much competition, but watch the time tackle there. Bang, right there. There is good time tackle from number 10. Savanatha Rainawatha. And that was a very important tackle, although he knocked it on forward. A substitutions role for both teams. So there he goes. He's locked on the open side of the scrum. Mesula Mesonga, a man who initially played his rugby with Tavua before he was roped in by Nandronga on the provincial competition, which of course was launched just earlier this week, the Digicel Cup. So a familiar face in the Nandronga. There is the big man on the left, locking in the scrum. But he comes down on Vunda Blues' side, Savanatha Renawatha. Vunda Blues, now they're going to go down to the footwork. One more support inside where he should have given the pass off. Anenasananai, he was confident. Is that the move that is likely to come back and haunt them? That was a sure try. Nanai. So still dancing, but they clearly felt that there was a chance lost nevertheless. So there was Tamai who's playing out on the wing, the big one. You can tell him out by his lanky reach, but once again, the heat of the sun getting to both these two players. Here is Mesula Mesonga, who's also been around for his fair share of years, and he links up with Chonetani Ratu, who's also played for the Flying Fijians. And he debuted back in 2007 against Australia A. So Western Force, a good step towards the inside. Jovesa Singatambu. And it's a call here from the referee. Will someone is a first assistant referee here. Let's take a look at this. So there's 25 referees in this tournament, and they've been provided by the Fiji Rugby Union. And they're all looked after by a good man, Solofu now, who's done a great job in also providing the team list of the teams and also of the referees list. And there's a big blow. Western Force, number 9, Jovesa Singatambu, is going to go off. Now watch this again. Now watch number 9. If he gets this, here's in. He steps towards the inside. The pass goes. And he would have done something earlier. There he is. He's not going to enjoy the next 2 minutes. But a breakaway from Vunda Blues. Every time they take it on the outside, they support. They always seem to take it back into the traffic. Whether that's the option, only they will get to find that out later. But Vunda Blues has given away one chance already. Joseph Angoro clearly disappointed with himself. He broke away from the middle, just up on the 22. Support on the outside. Once again, they turn it back into the traffic. And it's turned over. Blues looking to score again, the first in the second half. They scored first in this game. Rotova. Goro. And that's gone forward. Yes, it has. So the passes, they just simply come to naught. Very difficult mastering that pass for even for any rugby player on any given day. Passing left and right, it's not as easy as you think it is. As Mesula Mesonga, there he is on the police side. He's locking the scrum on the left. The biggest player there. Plays at outside center for Nandronga's 15-a-side team. Very experienced player. And here's the chip and chase. Police are going to try and turn the tables here, but they've not done anything except just easily turn the possession over. So that hasn't made anything easy for them. And Vunda Blues now, they'll break away very easily, and that's going to be the easy try. And the first one in the second half, that'll take them first into double digits. They even have time to slow down play. There is no chases at all from Western Force, who had given up even before they had started the chase. So Vunda Blues scoring first in the second half, 10 points to 5. Watch this again. There was the step. So that meant 2 players were already committed. It was the gas, a very fast player. Took off and he even slowed down when there was no chase at all. So the second try, the conversion counts. So it's 12 points to 5. Vunda Blues, seemingly the underdogs before this game, well in the driver's seat. Well, the Western Forces pool game wasn't any better than what's happening now. They lost to Vio 19-0, and they lost to Samurai Barracudas 10 points to 7. But they were lucky to win by default against Nasivi Koso. So, in turn, they could have easily had all 3 losses. So, police right now, they're not really sure of which direction their game plan is heading. But clearly the players aren't as well prepared as we would have thought they would be. So it's still the Force. So there's no players at all except for Mesula Mesonga, who's waiting right outside on the wing on your right-hand side. You can't see him right now as there's a strong counter-rucking. Coming in from the side, that's the call from the referee and tapped very quickly. Police, they scored the second try after the first one went over for Vunda Blues right on the kickoff. So they'll still keep the game tight. And the pick and drive into the 22. And penalty once again. So remembering that police are still playing right now with 1 man less and another yellow card this time. But this time it's Vunda Blues. So there is in number 12, it's Saim Bosse. But at the same time, while Vunda Blues sends 1 man off, Western Force, they're back to 100% with 7 players. So the tables is instantly changed from 7 to 6. It's now 6 against 7. So police is back to 100%. Vunda Blues walking wounded. Ratu. He's the player that was sent off for the Force. Absalome Wankatambu. Songa moves in at halfback. So they've got a bit of overlap now on the short side. And it's, oh goodness, it's taken right off their hands. So the kick out with the experience of Ratu and Songa at sweeper. Knock forward. So nothing going correct for them. But at that, the hooter sounds. The hooter sounds. So it's Vunda Blues causing the first upset and also continuing the upset. Defeating Western Force 12 points to 5.
It's in the second quarterfinal. The games will be between Senimbiao, the local side from here in Tabua, up against the Hydro team. The referee for this game from Tabua, Manasa Mrua. Ready for kickoff in the second of the played quarterfinals. High kickoff from the Hydro team, won by the Senimbiao side. There is overlap out wide in the right, went past the halfway line. Senimbiao, a club here in Tabua, where former National Sevens rep Jerry Mburotu played before donning the National Sevens jumper. They're moving around, Hydro defending. The two teams unfortunate to go down into this plate quarterfinal. Senimbiao went down to Samurai, while the Hydro side went down to the tournament favorites Army in Pool 4. Scrum feed. Referee for this game, Manasandrua, calling for a scrum feed inside the Hydro 10-meter line. Samundao of Hydro to feed it in. Samu then comes, looks for support. Hydro reaching the halfway line, just close to the touch line. Moses Luvita Sau also in this Hydro side. That's Luvita Sau, a long pass to Randaveta. A former national reps also Randaveta. Then Hydro Emori Ratu supporting very well for Randaveta. Randaveta out to Luvita Sau, a former national 15 swinger also, but lost that forward. Senimbiao referee playing advantage at this stage of the game. Referee said that Red Rock, Hydro knock it first and Senimbiao to feed it in. Just watch, it came off Emori Ratu's hand, and the referee for the game, Manasan Ruag, giving the scrum feed to Senimbiao. Senimbiao feed it in. They're still inside their own half. They haven't reached the 10-meter line of the Hydro team for some time now. But will they go past in the Hydro team now? Referee awarding a penalty. Senimbiao, this man out wide. Timing tackle from Luveta Sau. Didn't find his mark. As Senimbiao then breaks through, Samu Kiti will go all the way for that easy try from Senimbiao. A mistake from the Hydro side in defense. Just watch the tackle coming from Luveta Sau, and Miss Randaveta tried to also come in with that tackle, but could not stop Senimbiao from crossing over for their first try. Conversion, Senimbiao leading 7-0. Just watch the pass, watch the tackle. Tackle of two of the best defense is in the days, Moses Luveta Sau and Kini Randaveta. But it's Senimbiao leading them 7 points to nil. The losing quarterfinalists will go home with $550 in this Richest tournament. He reaches the 10-meter, he knocks it forward, and Mori Ratu. Out wide is Hydro. They're trying to break away. They're in their own 10-meter line, Hydro. Along, it's with Randaveta. And Mori Ratu linking up with support. Looks for an early break. Lose that forward. A referee calling for a knock-on. And Senimbiao leading Hydro 7 points to nil. Just watch a Mori Ratu step. Selse dummy, but the defense covering defense coming in. Then he knocks it on. Senimbiao, they feed it in. The Hydro defense moves up, try to close them inside their own 10-meter. But it's Senimbiao that has been the better of the two sides so far. Lot of breaks in this game, lot of knock-ons also. Another being called at that time. A player donated from the Senimbiao side. Just the medical team attending to the players. He was running away from his support. What's the defense come in? That's where the injury occurred. They have called in for the stretcher to come in, with Senimbiao leading Hydro 7-0. These other two teams that are run-up from their respective pools after the pool games yesterday. Senimbiao run up to the Samurai Barracuda, while Hydro, the run-up to one of the strongest pool in the Vatukoula Sevens, which features last week's winner, Army, also Hideaway Hurricanes, and Hydro came in second in that pool game. Just Watts, he was running away, and head went down first to the ground, smashing tackle from the Hydro players. Whether he will continue, he will continue playing. Scrum called by the referee. Senimbiao officials have decided to replace the players, with the scrum being called few meters away from the halfway. Emori Ratu to feed in. Hydro. They've got the experienced players, but not working for them at that time. As again, another scrum. The fifth for this match so far. Quite high number in a game of sevens in the first half. Just watch the replay and a knock on. Early pushing going on. The ball with Senimbiao. They come in, the defense of Hydro really strong, putting a lot of big tackles, but the referee calling for a penalty. A stop-start affair so far in this game between the two sides of Hydro and Senimbiao. Senimbiao then kicks that ball out, Samukiti, as they lead the Hydro side 7-0. Just line out to take place just a few meters away from the Hydro 22-meter. Senimbiao, they won that line out, but it's the player of Emori Ratu. He plays his rugby here in Vatukoula, so the crowd knows him well. Hydro running away in this, trying to look for that equalizing try, but the cover defense of Senimbiao coming in. Again, another penalty as the hooter for the first half sounded. And Mori Ratu, they know this ground very well. Out wide, the support is there from the players, and a try for the Hydro side. Zacharias Sauturanga crossing over for that try for the Hydro team. Equalizing try from Hydro. Just watch the support. The defense drifting in, and Mori Ratu then steps right, had two men to spare, and coming in was Zacharias Sauturanga to score that try. A bit of scuffle after the try. The consulting assistant referee, Kaveni, to give clarification on what went wrong. The referee, Manasanrua. No cards shown so far. They calling in also the Senimbiao players. Referee talking to both players, cut it out. Nice bit of play from the Hydro team for that try. They had the players sitting out wide, and they used them well to cross over for that try. But lucky for both sides, there was no card given after that. Still Senimbiao leading Hydro 7.5 at halftime. The Hydro team is coached and player by Kinivilame Randaveta on talking to his player, while Senimbiao also doing the same at the break of the halftime. There, the crowd enjoying singing to the music here in Vatukoula, a different setting altogether from any tournament they go to in Fiji. This is a setting that is totally different from any other tournaments that you go and watch in Fiji. The biggest prize money also here in this tournament. Even this losing plate quarterfinalists will go home with $500, while the team that will progress to the semifinal in the plate, if they lose, they'll get $700. Next 7 minutes, crucial for both sides as Senimbiao to kick off. Sosaya Ratu. Ball allowed to bounce inside the Hydro 22-meter line. A nice break from Hydro. They support, and Hydro will cross over for their second try under the upright. From the kickoff, it was all Hydro. And what's the attack from inside their own 22, then they go the length of the field. The support was on his left. He used that support well to cross over for Hydro's second try. They will take the lead now, 12 points to 7. From within their own 22-meter line, they strike and lead Senimbiao. Emori Ratu to kick off for the Hydro team. Waiting for the referee's call. A high one by Ratu. It's in the Hydro side. Hydro coming into life in this second half of the second semi-final. They have experience, players in their side, players at times who have tested a win for national duty and also for their respective club in the local tournament. Hydro still looking for spot. Luvitasau brings it back to the traffic. The referee's hand is out for a penalty. He didn't take that from where the referee called the mark. Hydro give it to Captain Kenny Randaveta. He's the captain and coach also of this team. Right inside Senimbiao's 22-meter line. Players of both sides tied walking up into this line out because the Ripple game yesterday coming into this quarterfinal for a line out. Hydro. They'll try to score the dead That could be the decider also if they scored this one. But he refused to give that ball. And now it's with Senimbiao. They knock it backward. Kicking still going on for this game. Referees say game, give play on, and Hydro are in for their that could be also the try that will decide and give them a place in the plate semi-final. The ball was lost backward. The Hydro players kick it and then crossover for Hydro's that try. If this goes over, Senimbiao tend it over but lose it in the process as Hydro now leads 19 points to 7. It was Senimbiao who strike first in the first half before Hydro replied. Hydro to kick off again. Nice catch from the Senimbiao team inside their own half. Senimbiao, they organizing their attack, but the Hydro defense moving up quickly. Will they break over? Another good tackle coming in from the Hydro team. Senimbiao then still stuck in the side of the field. The Hydro defense really keeping up in the second half of this second plate quarterfinals. Referee Manasandru awards the penalty for Senimbiao. Had one player to beat Senimbiao, but the player reading that defense very well, and Emori Ratu just bundled the Senimbiao player out of the field of play. He was running away, but the support was not with him as he runs away from Kini Randaveta. But Emori Ratu, small in size, had defended his ground very well. Randaveta taps that one, but it's in the Senimbiao side. Senimbiao then flows it out wide, whether the ground really not giving any of the two sides any favor at all, with Senimbiao attacking. Senimbiao will cross over for this one. The referee asks his assistants, who gave a thumb up for that try. Senimbiao, they saw that the Hydro were less in defense, and they cross over for that try. Yeah. The cover defense did not come in time and allowed the Senimbiao for their second try. They are back now inside the Hydro side. Hydro again struggling to cope with their defense. 19 points to 12 now will become 19 points to 17. And they will wait for the conversion to come with the most of Senimbiao's fans in that far side of the field. The defense of Hydro didn't hold at that time as the Senimbiao side crossover for their second try. From inside their own 10-meter, Hydro's 10-meter line, where they attack from and crossover for this try. He was already welcomed from the try line by the supporters. Kick very crucial. And Hydro have beat Senimbiao 19 points to 17.
That's a familiar jersey color. They're the Wardens in the traditional gold, but they're not in the main competition. They've dropped down to the plate competition. And this is the third plate quarterfinal. The referee for this game is Mikael Rokondrakia, the man who hails, he's a homeboy here. And he's been to IRB 7 series. He's a referee from Tavua. So this is Wardens up against Nawaka. And Wardens to kick off this game. No Chochi Ragamate, no Ilai Tinai, no Levani Mbotia, no Seto Fano the Cow, no Apisai Nayambo. The big names in the Wardens team who have been stringed into the national team. So it's a higher start from the Wardens team up against Nawaka from Nandi. And Nico Verakauta with a very fast up tackle. So they pin down inside their own 10. But they've run into their own players, so here's Wardens with a early chance to score the try. And they roll it very quickly. It's not Levani Botia with the signature step, the head strap, but there's a step on the outside. And Wardens, Naomi Langi goes over for their first try. Wardens 5 points to nil. They lead Nawaka with opening try. Now watch this. They really didn't have to think about it so much. All they had to do was just string along the passes, let it do the rest by itself. They even had one more man to spare on the outside. And they hit 5-0. And watch this again. It shows that Nawaka's defense was all in pockets. And the conversion is missed. So Wardens lead 5 points to nil. So both these two teams were runners up in their pools. Wardens had a horrific day one yesterday. Surely they're trying to turn around their fortunes. They're winners at the Uprising International Sevens. But after the national selectors roped in their players, they didn't do so well last weekend at the Mari Sevens. So this is a team that is trying to move on life without their star players. The question for them and also their coach was Timothy Waningolo, former Hong Kong Sevens player, national rep himself. How good are they without their key players? And this are one of those tournaments that can possibly create a lot of big players. They'll fill in those big shoes that have been left empty. So Nawaka from 90 over the 50, but they've knocked it on. And Wardens, here's Nico Verakauta out of Sumo Grammar, the former middle distance rep who told me personally, he said that athletics is a very lonely sport. He hails from Numbukelevu in Kandavu. And he's trying to also level up to players who've had that many years in rugby. So watch out for him again. So the follow-up here, the Wardens. Nawaka right on the 10. So Nawaka, a very famous village in Nandi, who's also created the like of Rugby World Cup winners in 2005, in the like of Semi Sinaivo, Api Sinaivo also, former Flying Fijian second row. But here comes Nawaka. No problems about it. They made it really look so easy. And they tied the scores 5 points all. Well, there wasn't really much in it, really. It was a soft try if you could. But Wardens, they really napped. But the last pass was very important. And it was this lanky player who even had time to step. That's Penny Maka Nawavu. There is Nawavu. The conversion yet to come, so it's 5 points all right now, with the conversion to come from Sokuru Lamba. And the conversion, it's gone the way out, so it's tied 5 points all. The build-up was good. The support was awesome. The finish, sublime really, as they took it out on the corner. The sweeper defense was, well, anything but at the back. So it's Nawaka again for the restart. So good back pass. The hands is not really there as Marika Veve left it behind. So it's turned over now, Nawaka to work from the 10, just outside the 50. The cover defense on the outside. Nico Verakauta moves up very quickly for the Wardens as it's Nawaka. Nawaka, one player left on the outside, but they go through the defense of Naomi Langi. He is the try scorer, yet once again is a very difficult man to stop. He's a big runner as the tackles are all coming in at the back. But the Wardens need to move much quicker than they are doing right now. As Nawaka right in front, and there's an intercept. But it's knocked forward again. And a knock forward pass. But out of that, a lot of promise really for this Nawaka side in the likes of Wangaliva, John Tawase, Tuate, and Yalimaiwai Petero. So, by the paper, you could tell this is a young team playing up against the experience of the Wardens team. And this is where it all went wrong a bit. But the tackle was good and it made up for the turnover. So the scrum down, right inside the 22. Got one more man to spare out the outside, but 3 Wardens tacklers, so he's a bit isolated. It's turned over by Wardens and the tackler not rolling away, so it's a penalty. It has been awarded by Mikia Rokondrikia, the referee who's also had his stint on the RB World 7 Series. So the Wardens looking out now to Nico Verakata out of Silver Grammar. He's athletics champions by any standard. This man has been to the Olympics, he's been to the Commonwealth Games, he's also been to the Pacific Games, and a very familiar face. And a winner and champion on the tracks. But look at that, he's so fast. He doesn't have to try 20 meters out. And Nico Verakauta, the man who hails from Nambukelewira in Kandavu, will just stroll on along for an easy try. How important was that? 10 points to 5. The Wardens moving to the lead. Watch this. He made something out of nothing. Loose ball play. He looked over and he really was double-minded. Not really sure, but he had known that the speed that he has on his boots would count for a lot. So the conversion goes over, and that's 12 points to 5. As Nico Verakauta, a player who a lot of people say could be one of the stars to look out for in the future. He's a middle distance runner from secondary school competition, the Coca-Cola Games, and that's now officially 20 days away, as that was confirmed by the sponsors Coca-Cola yesterday on Fiji 1 News. So that's not the high restart that Wardens would have wanted. Nevertheless, a easy possession for Nawaka, who works it from the middle. So easy weave around with one more player outside, but the Wardens players are smothering the Nawaka players, keeping them to play in the middle, and the players held up. They need to play the ball and it comes out loose. Yes, it does. Overlapping pass, just Nico Verakauta is the defender at the back. So this is going to surely test Nico Verakauta on defense. There is on the counter-racking, very strong from the Wardens. And it's a penalty, so the last say could be from the Wardens. Will they play it or will they kick it out? Go for a fresh glass of juice here in Vatukoula at halftime. And then come back. Was that the best option? Not really sure about it. Turning possession over. And that's knocked forward. That will be the final play of this first half, as the Wardens lead Nawaka 12 points to 5. The Wardens team, formerly known as the Prisons team, but since the Yellow Ribbon Project, which I must add is a great initiative out of the Prisons Correctional Facilities and Services, if I got that correct. Great initiative to give a second chance to inmates who come out looking for a second chance. Once the Yellow Ribbon Project started, and it was only then that they decided we also need to have a facelift and a change to the name of our rugby team. So since then, from Prisons, which was led by Chosa Tekisavo, a really good friend of mine, a former national player, sevens player, and a former national coach. And they changed the team name from Prisons to the Wardens. But the Wardens team has become a very strong feeder to the national team. And right now they have 5 players on the national team. But how much longer will that young man will have to wait? Nico Verakauta. So the second 7 minutes and another high restart. That has been the story of the day so far. The restart has been very good from most of these teams, although the conversions I can't equally say. So coming on the outside, just holding it right in front. And that's good pictures being taken, as you can really see how firm the grass is here at the Theatre Park. So tapped very quickly. The Wardens played very quickly, and guess who they're looking out to? It's Nico Verakauta they're going to try, and he's mastering the grubber now, isn't he? That could be something that he could use as a secret weapon later. As he turns it over, it also comes into the defense. Look at the number of tacklers. A lot of Wardens players out there. And that was smart tactics from Nico Verakau to kick the ball over and hope for a mistake, and that has worked. So scrum down, leading by a converted try. One more try here for the Wardens. Just might be good enough to get them through to the plate semi-finals later this afternoon as they string it across. Nico Verakau from one side of the field, and there's an option for a goal, a drop goal, knowing that they were playing advantage. So the referee, Mikia Rokondrakia, is going to bring them back for the advantage play. That was a smart play, really. They weren't going anywhere. So they're going to bring it back now for the quick tap right in front of the sticks. Wardens. A big tackle, but Semesi Mwokalo brings it back in. Out on the short side. The counter-rucking from Nawaka is very strong, but they try and drive over on the short side. Yes, they do. Leon Naikasa will go over for their third try. And it's Wardens 17, Nawaka 5. So that's what they did right. They committed themselves right in front of the try line. And it was Naomi Langilangi who went over for the try. There he is. All-important try, Ola, that opens up a 12-point buffer, 17 points to 5. Now with the conversion from an acute angle out wide. As we watch this again, the big drive. So the conversion hangs up high. So the conversion misses. The score's 17-5. Now with less than 3 minutes remaining in this third plate quarterfinal, the Wardens just might be looking at a late flourish in this tournament as a close intercept right there. Came up for the Wardens, but it's Nawaka pinned down inside their own 22. Looking to break out, and it's very difficult for them as they're trailing by 3 tries to 1. So many yellow jerseys, not making it any easier for this Nawaka team as it's dropped backwards, but an offside call from the referee. So Nawaka, not much, but a bit of breathing space for them. Tap very quickly. So the Wardens team, they're playing with 6 players up front and 1 sweeper. Nico Verakau has dropped towards the back. He's playing at sweeper right now, so it's 6 players on defense on 7 attacking. Nawaka needs to break out now. This is the best chance that they can. It's a good tackle. Comes in just outside the 22, and a lot of tackles flying in from the Wardens. Is Nawaka just going sideways and backwards at the moment. Nawaka. So one player isolated on the outside. There he is. And the cover defense from the Wardens is Naomi Langilangi. And there's a judo tackle on the outside from the Nawaka player, but the referee, Mikhail Rokondrakia, was playing advantage. And surely at this tournament, it's something for the referees also to make sure that they have a good tournament as much as the players will. Coming off the Murray Sevens last weekend where the referees weren't really on the bright side of things at the end of the 2-day tournament. Nawaka. Verakau committed himself too quickly in front, and here's Nawaka. One player on the outside, so it's a one-on-one defense here, and the Wardens player takes one blink, and Nawaka goes over for their second try. The conversion is going to be important, 17 points to 10. Yes, the conversion counts, so it's just 5 points the buffer. Watch this. He took his time and he just clicked his heels and burst off the blocks straight away. So the conversion is over, 17 points to 15. Just 5 points the buffer now. Nawaka has been very slow, but they've been very sure too at the same time. (17 points to 12). into the final minute now. So they're going to just keep it very tight. And the Wardens just outside their 10. Semisi, Mokalo, Verkauta. He's still not held down. Puts himself down just before he's taken out. So they're playing a drifting defense, the Nawaka, with one more player to spare on the outside. And here come Wardens. They're going to fly away. He's not going to be touched. Marika Vede. And he scores an all-important try. 22 points to 10 to 12. So that's a 10-point buffer with time very much not on their side. It's going to be very difficult now for Nawaka to proceed to the plate semifinals as Wardens. Watch that. The long strides are very difficult for the last man down for Nawaka to do anything. So the conversion is likely only to be a consolation here. They will end this game surely feeling good about themselves, but the conversion misses. So the scores remain. And at that, the hooter sounds. Mikael Rokondrukia says it's all over. So it's Wardens who will proceed to the plate semifinals, defeating Nawaka of Nandi 22 points to 12.
It's in the last of the plate quarterfinals where Super Stallions up against Exile. Super Stallions are the Nanronga boys who are in Suba with the likes of Aminista Nikula in the team, and also Alipate Matei Ravula, one of the key players in this side. Ball being allowed to bounce by the Suba Stallions. Referee for this game, Petero Misaele, also from Suba. Crossing over for the first try, straight from kickoff. The ball was allowed to bounce by the Suba Stallion, and crossing over is the Exile team. Looks a bit forward in that first offload, but the referee allowed it for their try. One of the Exile players down injured, the one that has just scored a try. There were players that looks a bit forward in that first of the pass from the Exile team. Exile leading Super Stallion 5 points to 0. These two teams are from the pool 7 and pool 8 of this competition. Super Stallion losing to Police in their last of the pool game yesterday. Exile leading Super Stallion 5 points to 0. Straight from that kickoff, the Exile team scored the opening try. Now they drops it inside the Super Stallions 22. For Nukula, they look for these switch passes. They feed it out wide, trying to outrun his marker, but the cover defense of Exile coming in and setting them down a few meters away from this try line, from the still with Alipate. Then he offloads to Nukula. Known better in his 15s, Alipate then flicks it out wide. First time Super Stallion reaching their own 10-meter line. The referee, Petero, sends it out. didn't release in the tackle the Super Stallions. Exile to kick it out. Quite difficult to notice the number from here. It's really the same as their jersey numbers with the jersey they're wearing. It's now Exile to throw in this line out. They had the benefit from that penalty. Exile. Stallions come in with a boot from Mr. Vatukoula, but the Exile player retains and flicks it wide, but its boot was already on the touchline. Assistant referee on the far side calling for that. Super Stallion, they haven't crossed the halfway line in this game. A long one. Again, Petero gives that a free kick to the Super Stallion side. They haven't gone past the halfway in this game in this first half. The Super Stallion, as they try to break away from the Exile defense. On to Alipate, they reach the 10 meter. The Super blindside flanker in 15s. The referee's hand is out. He did not release that ball. And Exile. That was a bit later from the Super Stallion, as the referee will come back, but has awarded that try. He was playing advantage all along, and that kick and chase resulted in a try to the Exile team. He was taken out, but the referee, Misaele, allowed play to carry on, and a try resulted from that move. Exile already in the lead. $12-0 now. Second try converted by the Exile team, and they lead Super Stallion 12-0. Most of these players in the Exile team played in that PWD Lions team. They drops it really into the inside deep the Super Stallion half. Super Stallion in this first half, they've struggled to keep up with the pace of the game and also to play inside the Exile territory. Stallion, they haven't find their form set. Nice bit of the player, the supporter on the left and right. They scoot but knocks it backward. The referees still say play continue. They should score from here with both sides, but the cover defense coming in from the Exile team, very well defended by them. But now it's with Sisambale and the support that time from Taniala Mali. He was not reading that game well, and it reads where he knocked it on with Exile still in the lead, 12-0. That's the first time in this first half where Super Stallion managed to go past the 22-meter line. But the supporting players did not connect well to that pass. Suliasi Soro to feed it in for the... It did not come out in the channel where the referee was expecting that. Last phase of play in this first half. 12-0. That's the score. Exile are leading. With halftime, it's Exile leading Super Stallion 12-0. Straight after this, we'll go into the first of the Cup quarterfinals. Stallions been coached by Mesake Mbasialo, while Uraya Mbatinga is the coach of the Exile team. Vatukoula to kick off for the Super Stallion. It's Exile leading 12 points to nil, only 7 minutes for the Super Stallion to try and come back into this game. Type a long drop. Exile team, they knock it forward, so advantage play into the Stallions team. Stallions going straight up. What can Vatukoula do from here? Has really lost a lot of what is known in his days. The Stallions team still, they know that if they come back into this game with that try, they can be still in the running for the semi-final. They crossed over for their first try. A try to the Stallions. The switch pass infield. And it was the player of Sikeli Lotawa that crossed over for the try. Now to Vatukoula to try and add another 2 points from that side. Vatukoula missed, and with Exile still leading 12 points to 5. They're waiting for the Stallion side to restart. They scored. They're just a converted try away from leveling score with the Exile team. Exile player been carried out of the field of play in Epeli Mbokandi. Now it will be Ropate Eveni to kick off for the Super Stallion. They're back. It's in the Super Stallion side of again. They bring it wide. The support coming in. This extra 2 players out wide. Super Stallion in the defense. They've been passing it away. With the Exile team also trying to defended the ground. Now Vatukoula, he's known for that before. Vatukoula, the support coming from Vatukoula again. Super Stallion looking for the equalizer for this game to try and draw it level. A flicker out wide, the players come in but turned over by the Exile team. Knock and devil. Referee hands his up, didn't support his body weight when going down the field in that ruck situation. Now it's with Chosayamo there. What will the referee say? Yes, a second try, and they will wait for the conversion. If this goes over, then both sides are locked at 12-4. It was Exile. It was Exile in the first half, Stallion in the second of this game. It's been the game of 2 halves. try by the Super Stallion with Miss Sele awarding the try. Then Vatukoula converting for 12 all. 12 all for both sides right now. Nice dive from the Super Stallion, and they were awarded that try. Both sides look at 12 all. Kick off again from the Super Stallion. Alipate Mbete, the older brother of Sekoneya Close, still in that field of play. He's the one with the ball. Then referee said that the Super Stallion knock it forward. That's the frame of Alipate Matevilia, the older brother of Apsai Ratunia Rawa and also Sekoneya Club, now playing for Super Stallion, plays his rugby for Suba in the Digicel and Fair Brothers Sullivan Trophy. Straight after this, we'll go to the Cup quarterfinals. Exile been forced inside their own 22 like the Stallion in their first half. The referee hands is out. That's a penalty. Exile, they come back into play. They'll want to score this one to be in the semi-final. The winner from here will play Wardens in the second played semi-final. Straight after this, we'll bring you the first of the 4 Cup quarterfinals. There, the Exile player down isn't in the field of play. He's okay. A scrum will go down, and it will be Super Stallion to feed in. Player of Sikeli Lotawa, the try scorer, still there. They go back to the heavy traffic where the support of the forwards are there. So been caught near the Exile 22. The ball inside the Super Stallion to Vatukoula. What he will do. And he decided to pass it on to William Mayono. William Mayono did not give that ball well. Vatukoula set it up. Alipate Matevelia, a long one. Last week, the Stallions lost in the first of the Cup of the elimination in Suva, but here they've scored their third. Could be crucial for them in this last of the played quarterfinals. A loser in this played quarterfinal will go home with 550. Those who progress to the semi-final will still have 700. The winner in this played competition will walk away with $1,000. That's the try from the Suva Stallion team. They now lead 19 points to 12. They now lead Exile. Straight after this, Westfield will be up against Samurai Barracuda. The defense of Stallion tested now. Did not lay it down well. The tackling flying in from the Super Stallion. They'll call in. It was Alipate Matevelia. He flied in with the tackle. Who he will call in? A card to Matevelia. So it means that Exile are win striking distance and with Stallion playing with only 6 men. What will Exile do from here? They'll need to score an equalizing try. and that ball has been kicked out. Didn't actually go out. Could result in a try, and a mistake from the Super Stallion. They didn't kick it out. Resulted in that exile try. Now they will have to wait for this crucial kick to come. A mistake from Super Stallion. They had the ball with them. That kick was blocked. Then it was still bouncing. They play soccer with it. Great soccer skills shown from the exile team before they cross over for that try. What they will wait for is this kick. If this goes over, then they will go into sudden death. If this miss, then it's goodbye for exile in this tournament. Exile. The conversion comes in, raises the flag, so they will switch to sudden death with Super Stallion only playing with 6 men. They will not allow the coach or any of the 2 coaches in under the rules. Under the rules, you cannot get your coaches in and in sudden death, so the player will have to continue with exile kicking off. Extra time, it's in sudden death. Whoever will score first from here will go into the semi-final of the plate to meet the Warden's team. It's 19 all with both sides. Now to kick off for sudden death in the first half of sudden death is exile. Exile, high one into there. They no Super Stallion playing with 6 men. Nicely taken, and exile are going over for that one. The mistake, like in the first half, from the Stallion, costly again in this second half, as over they go for that try, and they will book a spot in the plate semi-final. It will be between exile and Wardens in the second of the plate semi-final. Over and away he goes from that kickoff to book a plate semi-final spot.
The games are rolling by very quickly, so we're going to head into the Cup quarterfinals. Now, these are the team that top their pools, and it's Kavini Talame Vavalang. He hails from Kandavu. One of the young and upcoming referees. He's going to call this game here, and Shuli's been cited as one of the most improved players. So in the first Cup quarterfinal, it's Westfield with Piutua Batesna Soni Roko, the evergreen man from Seria Village in Naitasiri. And they're going to be on the receiving end as a high restart. The high start of the game from Westfield. Now this team has that man in number 2, Piutua, playing with his younger brother, Nakosi. And very quickly, Westfield take it through the middle, but it's knocked forward. So a chance, and they're going to go for the counter. They will not want to take the scrum in a cheeky play. And referee Talame Vavalang was playing advantage with a jersey pull. So here comes Barracuda's days, Nasoni Roko. A player who also told me earlier this week, he said, I wouldn't mind going to play for Hong Kong this year, but well, then again, that's not going to be possible. He's now 33 years young. And such a great example. Winner of the World Cup in 2005. Great to still have Nasoni Roko playing. So there is a very powerful start from Westfield. If you could say there, this surprise back with Piutua. You're going to see him jumping up, but he's waiting at right outside on with the forwards out there, and they break through the middle. Pass towards the outside. Westfield still going. Navitalai Tuilawa. They're driven backwards. Every time they move forward, the defense is very tight from Samurai. But it still is Westfield. Samu Sangiwa. That's Piutua. Watch the steps. He really mesmerized a lot of players. Jinxed would be the word when he made the RB series, but that was 2 seasons ago. So it's still Westfield. They've had some very early promises in this game here. The tackle is Nasoni Rocco. The counter-racking is strong, but they leave it behind again. Here comes Westfield Choni Tanoa. One more player on the outside. They commit themselves to the tackle. A big run, drop towards the back. Nasoni Rocco up against Pio Tuai. The two very experienced players. Nasoni Rocco with the try-saving tackle if you could. The pass is very fast for Westfield. And they go over. It's held up. Talami Vavelangi at the right place at the right time. That's better from the referees. And it's a held up call. Now watch this again. Watch the replay. That's a beautiful shot from the cameraman. Followed the shot very, very well. Piotuai picked it up, snipped it back in. Probably the option for Westfield was to play it out wide. Nasoni Rocco, very difficult man to play away from. Watch that over. Goes over. Well, that's a try. That, I'll take that back. That should have been a try. So the referee's call going against the play of the game. The assistant referee should have come in, and the referee should have looked out to his assistants to confirm that run. So Westfield, after earlier being denied a try by the officials, will drive back and score the opening try of the first Cup quarterfinal. And Westfield leads 5 points to 0. There's the replay. Nasoni Rocco was the only player. He could only just watch as the Westfield continued to pick up momentum. And they topped their pool play yesterday, Westfield. There's 8 pools of 4 teams in this tournament, 34 teams altogether, with 44 pool games. And Westfield topped from their pool, winning 3 games. So too Samurai. So the conversion is still from all the way on the outside. Well, that's going to fall short. But still, it's an opening try as the sun opens up again. 5 points to 0. Surely right now, not many people are cheering right now more than Nasoni Rocco's family themselves. I got a chance to meet them, the Nasoni's children. Particularly the son who's become one of his biggest supporting fans and is named after one of the Naitengis. His name has just escaped me right now. But Nasoni said he's named after his uncle. And he's become a very big fan of Nasoni. So too his very supportive wife. And that's family affair. It's best in sevens rugby. On the outside, left alone by himself. Navtalai Tulawa brings it back in. But it's so far, it's Samurai Barracudas. They've just been defending in this game. There's the forwards, Choni Tanoa. So watch this again. The Barracudas, they are holding well enough, but so much promise from this Westfield team. And there's not a lot of teams in this tournament playing at the caliber of Army, who we will be seeing in the second Cup quarter final after this. So scrum down just inside the 22 with Barracudas, and a big, big scrum from Westfield. So it's a penalty and played very quickly. Pio Tuai, they're going to commit to the same side of the traffic. Brings it back in and a dive over. Referee to confirm now from his assistants referees. It's a try. That's the second try back to back. 10 points to 0. Westfield, the momentum has been good. Pio Tuai, razzle dazzle there. Really didn't do anything special. But it's the Samurai Barracudas who are playing watching rugby more than anything right now. And they're behind 2 tries to none with a conversion to come. Pio Tuai playing in this Westfield team with his younger brother Filippo Nakosi. And the conversion is also going to miss again, but the score is still in the favor of Westfield, 10 points to 0. Westfield, another hanging restart here. And at that, the hooter sounds. The game's picked up now is Pio Tuai with a back flick that we've seen in the IRB World 7 Series. And people love to watch the kind of rugby. It's a beautiful thing to watch. But only a few players can do that in the likes of Pio Tuai in this case. Well, only Pio Tuai can do it, not that player. And at that, the hooter sounds. And it's a narrow lead. That man at the tip of the spear, as they said. 10 points to nil, Westfield leading Samurai Barracudas. Samurais coached by Ratuselosi Naitenge and managed by Penny Muokalo. A team that has moved their usual training outside of the Naitasiri Highland area, and they're normally training every day at the Bedesi Park at the back of the National Stadium. So, with many wondering where does the name Samurai comes from, it comes from their sponsors, who's an overseas-based company, and is stuck with them ever since they first went with this team, Samurai Barracudas. Westfield, try scorer. It's given them 2 tries, 10 points to nil in the first half alone. And Talame Vavalangi signals the start of the second 7 minutes now. The winner here will progress to the Cup semi-final and will either meet Waimanu or Ami in the game after this. Pio Tuai. You don't see much of that in the forwards. Doing a grubber. And the bounce just right enough for the chase. Is here Tawakevo. Support from Rombale Mboaseru. Brushes off a few feeble tackles and goes over. Stretches for the try. Westfield, it's a one-way traffic. 15 points to nil. Watch Pio Tuai here. He glanced over to his right-hand side. He knew there wasn't any momentum from his chases, and he put it down to the toe. The support here was very smart. They kept it very tight, and the big forwards did a bit of the rest. And they lead 15 points to nil, but the conversions need to go over for them to seal their semi-finals fate. There's the bounce of the ball again. That's priceless, really priceless. Everything that every rugby player looks forward to. But the conversion has missed. So it's 3 unconverted, unanswered tries. And Westfield lead 15 points to nil. High restart with the sun in their face for Barracudas. A big chase from Westfield. There was Joshua Tuisova. And a fast play on the outside. The forwards mixing it up very well, but Westfield team are very big in size, which has made it very difficult for Barracudas, who come away with the ball, and this is the first time in the second half as Railange breaks away outside on the flanks, but he's taken out into touch. So that's going to be a Westfield throw-in. So you can see the police jazz band in the background there in the blue tent. That has been one of the many colors of this tournament, and they've been such great entertainment, the police band. They've been jamming yesterday and also today. So the throw-in from Westfield. Right at halfway, they've committed one tackle. They seizes around the Barracudas. There's Michael Nambuliwanga, the younger brother of Lepani Nambuliwanga, who played their rugby first out of Nakasi, then out of Red Rock, when they were taken across there by the coach Lotte Resinger. So going over the top, and Barracudas will get a chance now to run the ball. They haven't had any chance, and here's Nasoni Rocco. We haven't seen him in action so far, but they played very quickly, and here comes the Barracudas. Well, the recycled ball is very slow, but here they come again. The set pieces, it's hurting them, and it's a knock forward. So there's very little signs right now that Samurai Barracudas could possibly have something in reply for Westfield, who have simply done a very smart thing, and they've come out shooting off the blocks. They've scored 3 unanswered tries, and the rest of the game they're just soothing down the momentum. So there's 2 substitutions off field for Samurai Barracudas. You can't see them right now, but they've gone out for the exchange, and a big scrum from the Barracudas. Westfield, that's the department they were really tested, and the forwards are much stronger. They've grabbled it away, but in the wrong hands for the Barracudas. This is the closest that they've come to the try line. 5 meters out. They're going to commit themselves to the defense, and it's taken out. Barracudas looking for their first try in this first Cup quarterfinal. And they'll try and swing it up very, very quickly, but play tight again, right towards the front, muscling up in the face of Westfield, who have scored 3 unanswered tries so far. Nasoni Rocker is at halfback, tries to sell the dummy, no one buys it. So Rocco, after being halfback, follows up again at the scrum. Now here's a chance. The big men commit themselves. The tackle is very good in front of the sticks, and they hold them short. So Barracuda is still trying now. The overlap, this should be a try, and they go over. Yes, they do, and they cycle the ball very quickly for the conversion. 15 points to 5, the Barracudas trail. Well, the conversion is missed, so the scores will remain 15 points to 5. And Nasoni Rocco is going to get, well, not the best of restarts, but 2 players here, the winners of Hong Kong in 2009, when they're coached by Ilyas Atanivula, the then coach, is this man, Nasoni Rocco, and a player on the other side, Pio Tuai. Oh, Tuai was there, follows up again with Nakosi. Tuai forms the rock. There he is. There's the try and go on the short side. They played a little bit cheeky now, the Westfield. Very clear. They are very fit players as they leave behind one feeble tackler. No one is committing right now. Nasoni Rocco. Now they're going to test him. See, has he still got the speed? Yes, he has. Well, you can question his form, but not his happy feet. Watch him on the go, Nasoni Rocco, just like he's done so many times. Watch the chase here. Look at how fast he's come off the back. There he is again. All the experience of a Rugby World Cup winner. Hong Kong Sevens winner. And that's the difference. But that's not going to count. The hooter sounds, 15 points to 5. This will be the final play. The Barracudas try and bring it out, but it's a penalty coming in from the side. So it's a penalty here for the Barracudas. It's not going to matter what they do from here. The Westfield are now into the Cup semi-final, and they will either play Waimanu or Army, who will face off in the next Cup quarter-final. So here comes the Barracudas. Samurai. Nasoni still got the step, the pass right on the mark, and a beautiful setup from the Barracudas, who will fight till the death, but they will have to fight another day. So good build up, 70 meters out. The conversion, well, it's going to be a late flourish for them, but they're not still going to make the Cup semi-finals. It's now the score 15 points to 10. The conversion is good, but it's not good enough. So bundled out, but proceeding. Right now, Westfield proceed to the Cup semi-finals, defeating Barracudas 15 points to 12. the second cup quarter-final. This is the Waimanu team, the other Naitasiri team, apart from the Barracudas. And the referee for this game is Lotte Sandranu. Rather, that's Johnson Lee. It is, in fact, Johnson Lee. That was correct. So it's Army. Now, this is the team of the moment so far. They won the $10,000 Maris Sevens last weekend. And there's the man who had an injury scare, Dale Tonawai. Mix it up again with Nakarawa. Penalty. Leone Nakarawa, the only player who was able to get pardon from New Zealand's travel sanctions just to play for the Flying Fijians at the Rugby World Cup. Here he is again. He's still a young player in terms of his age. If I'm correct, he would be about 26 years old, give and take. But the experience that this man has up his sleeves, he's really going in the right direction. There's a lot feel that he should have been somewhere in Europe or Asia plying his trade. So, but nevertheless, Army right now, they are playing without one player, Isake Katonimba, who hails from Madhuwata. And he was just roped into the national sevens team, and he was named as a non-traveling reserve earlier this week. So the first throw in from Waimanu, and it's taken very well, but the delay in the throw, and it's taken very quickly from Army, who hasn't really been tested so far. So with Wardens out and Red Rock out of the main cup competition, there'll be questions on Army here, but then again at the same time, while they're favorites, they're also going to have a lot of pressure. So there's a very experienced man. Right there, it's Aseli Naitenge. Right there, he's locking down in the scrum here, but Aseli Naitenge, a former Flying Fijians fly half himself, and also a Naitasiri playmaker. And he is still playing. Big scrum on the left-hand side from Dale Tonawai from Army. But it's a penalty for Waimanu, who surely are trying to test the waters here. They're trying to shake up Army as much as they can as they go on the short side. Waimanu. Army has been one of the most defensive teams, as we saw in last weekend's tournament. And that'll be surely an ace up their sleeve. Here's Aseli Naitenge. Played very quickly in a quick step. Lemekin Duindomo, so it's the two experienced players, Lemekin Duindomo and Aseli Naitenge, the evergreen players, as they recycle it very, very quickly here. But Malaweli Ngande, the defense for Army, did something right. He moved forward just before they could settle down, and here's the chance for the opening try. Well, look at the way that he looks back. There's a bit of confusion whether that was a try. It is. What a way to start the second cup quarter final. No team has scored like that against Waimanu. Now watch this, the step, bang. Inside, Dale Tonawai left dumbfounded. The six other players even lost. They couldn't believe how easily Waimanu split right through the defense. And it's Waimanu leading the favorites for this tournament, 7-0. Now watch this again, Dale Tonawai. He really didn't have much to excuse there. It's not as though he had gotten up from the ruck. He was just standing there, and then it just took one step. And Army, they left shell-shocked in this quarterfinal. Lutu, Ngande. Lutu forms the ruck with Amenasi Navar there at first receiver. As they try and go on the short side, he's by himself. And he's run out of space. Ilyasa Matanisinga. So Waimanu will get the throw in now with about 3 minutes remaining. And is Army possibly feeling the heat without their star player Isake Katonimbao, who was named the player of the tournament at last weekend's Maris Sevens? Nakarawa, Sevoloni Lutu. Those are the two front men for Army. As Aminasi Nava will tap it very quickly. Formerly played his rugby out of Nandi. Will bring it up. Lutu, Ngande. Ngande now he's in his form of his life as it's knocked forward again. Aminasi Nava and Manuel Ngande, there they are, but it's the front three here again from Manuel Ngande. Watch the pass. It is very difficult for the support to do anything with it, really. Very tough. There's Ndale Tonawai. He's left on the open side of the scrum. He's got a very big push. Last time they won the scrum. There is again. There goes Ndale Tonawai. Naitenge. Here's the young players in the Wemanu side. So it's one Naitasiri team that's already out here in the Cup semi-final. And that was Samurai Barracudas. They swing it all the way out. Lemekin Dundomo. Wemanu. Dundomo with the support. Follows it up well. But turn it back towards the inside after he saw the sweeping defense. There's Dundomo at halfback. Reels it back in. Now these players are very fit for Wemanu. Alipati Savai. And it's a penalty. Not releasing. So Army remain patient, but they are still being tested. As Sevoloni Lutu takes it very quickly. Lutu, Manuel Ngande, also a former Sevens trialist. There is Nakarawa. He's been quiet in this game so far. Kumbu, Amenasinava, also a former National Sevens rep himself. As Ndale Tonawai follows up, but he's not on his feet. And they haven't released it all. Naitenge, Asili Naitenge is still going. So over the 50. Ndale Tonawai is the tackler on the other side for Army. As Wemanu, they fight to try and keep the possession, but it's a penalty for them. And Huta at the end of the first half sounds. So are they going to try and risk and run this ball? Do they want one more late flourish? Or will they go for the halftime? Nakarawa there, but this Wemanu player is not held. So Sevoloni Lutu will play it very fast. Very quickly, that was Johnny Natua. Back inside, that's a good pass to Nava. Ndale Tonawai will have to go towards the back, but here comes Wemanu. They're very fast. Wemanu looking for another try! Just before the second half. Yes, they have. Wemanu doing everything not out of the books right here. Now look at this. It was broken piece play. Ndale Tonawai. He had already given up even before the chases started. And they've easily allowed another second try. And it's Wemanu. There's the try scorer. 12 points to nil. They lead. Conversion from Aseli. Well, it misses, but they're still in the lead. Wemanu, there they are. They're coached by Mark Job, managed by Joe Tuirawau, and the team from the Hills in Anaitasiri. And they're leading right now. The favorites, there they are. Army, coached by Rokini, rather, Army is coached by Mark Job. And it's Wemanu who's coached by Rokini Kiluraki, managed by Chone Navuso. And a surprise really, as the favorites of this tournament, coming off the Murray Sevens, are trailing 12 points to nil. Johnson Lee, the referee, who is from Lautoka, signals the second 7 minutes. The start here, very important, as Amenasinava goes up very strongly. Manuel Ngande Right in the front, but he's still not stopped. With the support from Aminas in the VAR. Dives over the try and the strong start from Army. Under 5 seconds, they've replied after a slow first 7 minutes. And that's Army of last weekend. Watch that again. Aminas Navar went up very high. Manuel Ingande, it's his big size and form. He held the ball, waited. 3 Waimanu defenders. But the momentum too strong for Aminas Navar. Went over for the try. 12 points to nil with the conversion that's counted. 12 points to 7. There's the try again, and it's a high-hanging restart. So here comes Waimanu again, trailing by 5 points. Right on the 22. Waimanu, very young players, but yet very, very fit. So Waimanu are really stretching Army right now. So the players held up as Andale Tonaway comes in. That was held by Leone Nakarawa. So the player not playing the ball. And that was the call right there. So it's a scrum down here for Leone Nakarawa, who will lock down on the open side of the field. So Leone Nakarawa, he actually went here to Nielsen High School. That is just right next to Theodore Park. Well, that's not Leone Nakarawa, but he was locked in the scrum as Army plays on the short side. Lutu always plays the number 11 jerseys. He delays a bit. So less than 4 minutes now remaining, and a chance to go into the cup semi-final. Here's the man who hails from Makoisa in Kandavu. And a playing advantage. Army have now successfully slowed the play down. Is Dale Tonawai. Takes it on forward. Lutu has come in and is playing advantage yet again. Aminiasi Nava is at halfback. Lutu. He grubbers. Well, not sure if that was the best options, as Waimanu has much faster players playing at sweeper, but it's turned over. Here's Army, a try here converted will put Army in the lead. After they got the shake up here, numbers on the short side. So Army will go over for the equalizing try. After Waimanu took just one blink, and that's what's happened with all the experience from Army, and they tied 12 points. I'll watch this again. It was from the hustle. There you go. It was the loose ball down on the rock, and that easily turned over. Not much urgency from Waimanu down on the rock. They thought it turned it over, and Dale Tonawai just easily dishes off the final assist. So it's 12 points, and we're tied here in the second cup quarterfinal. This conversion is going to be important. So the conversion is successful from Suniam Bainivalu, and Army, after a very slow start in this game, turn it over. 14 points to 12, but watch it again. It's ripped away. And Nakarawa was in the support. They just managed just to keep the ball. And it goes over for Suniam Bainivalu. So there's no more sun now. It's gone down now as Waimanu. They'll need to score next to have a chance of upsetting Army as Waimanu burst away from the halfway marks. Manuel Ingande, they're trying to drive the Waimanu player towards the outside. Yes, they do that successfully. With now just 1 minute remaining. So is that enough for Army to possibly qualify for the cup semi-final and have a breather? So whoever wins from this game will face Pio Tuai and Westfield in the first semi-final. Tonawai will throw in. That was Timothy Volovola in the line-out. So Army, they're going to play for time. They're going to really slow it down now. That's what they're doing. Dale Tonawai is at halfback. Banivalu. Ngande. Lutu. Sevoloni Lutu bursts away from one tackler. That's a good pass towards the outside. Army. Here comes again. One more pass out towards the top. They go over the 50. They've moved all the way from in front of their own try line. And here's a penalty. Very quickly, Waimanu, right over the 50 they come. Still playing advantage referee for an offside call. Daletonawai and Manueling there very close for Army. As Waimanu now shifted towards the right hand side. They've got an overlap here. It's fine. The referee's playing advantage. So they're still going to play it now. They rotated. They're looking for the numbers. A flat pass that's done well. Black towards the inside. Here comes Waimanu. They split through the middle. Here comes Waimanu up against the reply. Against the favorites, Army. Waimanu, look at that smile. Well, if it's happiness of their try, as you heard, it doesn't matter. Now watch this. Waimanu, very small players, but they know how to make that to the advantage. They move very fast. The drift on towards the outside and they rip right through the middle. Well, it's an ankle tap. That's all. Nothing much in it. And they're moving to the lead, 17 points to 14. So the conversion, well, it comes off the uprights, but it doesn't matter. Waimanu, after this try here, which is their third try, they lead Army 17 points to 14, and there's the try scorer. How important was that try? Just a 3-point margin. The Huta is now just seconds away. So is this the one of many upsets in this Vatukoula Sevens? We've already seen Red Rock bundled out. We've already seen Wardens bundled out of the cup competition. Army, are they going to bundle out? Yes, they will. Waimanu are going to proceed to the cup semi-final after upsetting the favorites of the Vatukoula Sevens. So a new champion surely will be crowned, and it's not going to be one of the favorites. Waimanu are going to proceed to the cup semi-final, defeating a disappointed Army 17 points to 14. The third cup quarter final, and the referee for this game is Aminiasi Tundrao for this game, and he's going to signal. There he is, Aminiasi Tundrao from Suva, and it's all to his wristwatch now. So this is the third cup quarter final. Warwick is going to kick off against Ratu Felice. So Ratu Felice, this is a team also from Namatakula in Nantonga, Tholovina. To everyone tuning in through Sky Pacific and Police, a team who was bundled out in the semi-final of the cup competition in the Maris tournament. They boast a lot of big names in this tournament, and you'll be watching them very soon. Rather, Ratu Felice. Well, they've got the same jersey colors. It's quite difficult to spot out that, but here comes. So there is the opening try. It's Iferemi Tovilevu. That is, in fact, Ratu Felice. That's correct. So it's Ratu Felice. Right off the kickoff, they gain the momentum, and they go over for that opening try, and it's Ratu Felice. Through Iferemi Tovilevu will score 5 points to 0. They will lead. So both these two teams here, Ratu Felice and Warwick, are in fact, it's confirmed, they both are from the village of Namatakula on the coastal side of Nandronga. So that's good to know that that village out there on the Mbaravi side, or the Coral Coast as they say, continues to churn so many teams and reps. And who can ever forget the biggest name, possibly one of many that's come out of there. That's Rugby League's Nonandruko, and also played out of Sevens Rugby. So Ratu Felice 5 points to 0. There is a opening start. Surely all these players know each other very well. as they must train together every day. So there's Tovilevu. So the scrum feeding, but it's turned over by Warwick. And here comes a Warwick pass backwards, but it's picked up again. So it's quite difficult to spot the jersey numbers, but we'll still try and manage from this angle. So it's not releasing, and Warwick will play it very quickly. A bit of numbers on the short side. So it's still Warwick as they go over the halfway, just outside the 10, and a good doubling up run for Warwick, who's come all the way from their 22. And the tackle's coming in from Russell Felicia. They've done it well, but it's a penalty. Still Warwick. Now they'll play it up right in front of the sticks, and they've knocked it forward. So it's been a good build-up. They picked it up well, but only just to turn over possession right in front of the sticks. Easily strikeable chance here. There you go. So Warwick, they're coached by Solo Tungiri, managed by Suli De Lai and Ratu Felice. They're coached by Etika Tovilevu and managed by Sovita Ngata. So scrum feeding from Ratu Felice, who scored the first try of the third cup quarterfinal. Meli Kunandrau outside the 22. Still is Ratu Felice. They've been a bit slow, but if we learned anything from their first try, this is a team who really sticks the passes very well. And they really understand each other. And here they come again. The ball goes down on the flanks, on the side. That's where they're able to build momentum from. Here's a busting run again. So he stepped on the outside, and it'll be a throw-in from Warwick. Throw in from Warwick, and that's gone crooked. That is not straight. So it's going to be for Ratu Felice, who's led by that man in number 2, Kavikini Nayava, who had a great tournament, Tamari Sevens. He's playing at hooker for Ratu Felice. He's the man playing up front. Surely one of the most experienced players in this team. So scrum down. Scrum feeding Eroni Turanga, and that's a set piece play straight out of the books, but it's just not ended well. Warwick will get the scrum feeding right on halfway, and it's been Ratu Felice who's really taken their chances. Now keeping in mind that both these two teams here train together each and every day, they must also have their meals together. And there is the referee, Amniasi Tundrau of Suva. Scrum feeding, and a big scrum from Ratu Felice, but Warwick will still play it just on the 10 as they try and bust out of the defense, but it's a knock forward. So pretty much both these two teams here are just looking to settle in this game. And these are two teams who are accustomed to the hot sun in Nandronga, which is a good 2 hours drive on the coastal side of the main island from the capital of Suva. And you'd think that these two teams have mastered the heat of the sun. I guess that just proves one thing, that the heat is different in the parts of the country. So Ratu Felice. Quick passes right now, so one more man on the outside. He'll try and take it by himself, Leveni Tani. He's the younger brother of Kaliova and Alipate Tani, who comes from the out of the Fijian Party Rugby League, and also the Flying Fijians, Alipate Tani, who are now both playing in Australia. Vangilevu in front of the sticks, And Ratu Felice, another try here will surely put them in the driver's seat, and they'll look more confident than ever moving into the break. So it's overlapping pass over Kavakini Nayava, but here comes one more pass on the outside. Feremi Tovilevu will just glance all over his right shoulder and goes over for their second try in this game. And they lead 5-0. Now watch this again. It was an overlap pass. They exhausted one player. Well, let's just confirm that the jersey number isn't the same as the team list, but that is in fact Etonia Nambuli, who goes over for the try, and they lead 10-0. Well, the hooter is sounded, so that is halftime, in fact. And it's 10-0 Ratu Felice leading Warwick. Well, that's priceless, really. Look at that. Beautiful mountain range here in Vatukoula. And you can see that's the embankment. That's their version of a pavilion here. But it's nothing short of quality rugby at midfield. And it's Ratu Felice, led by Kavakini Nayava in number 2. And also number 3, Etonia Nambuli, who scored that second try. And that has been remaining the story of this first half so far. In the second 7 minutes, as Ratu Felice leading Warwick 10-0. So it's Ratu Felice now who will get a restart. Nambuli, who scored the try. Now right through the middle. It's turned over to Warwick, who will play right outside from inside the 22. Ratu Felice. Well, they are not really going anywhere in there. And that's been the result. That's the result right there. They're not really moving forward, Ratu Felice. They're clearly a lot of heavy bodies out there, exhausted. It's been a long one-day tournament yesterday. They've had to play 3 pool games. But it's the elements that has been a telling factor here. The heat of the sun, that's very difficult to work with. Warwick, right from inside their own 22. And the ball is loose right now and trying to go over, but the soccer skills saves the day for Warwick. So a substitution call here. Now watch the man who chases from the back for the Warwick in yellow. He just does that soccer flick just in time and gets them out of danger. So they'll scrum down here. Now Warwick in the yellow jersey. They were the champions of the Emperor Sevens back in 1998 and 1999 before it was then stopped and started again last year. So they've already got their name on the trophy so far, but they'll need to try a whole lot much more than just history as they sprint right through the middle. That's Leveni Tani, who will score the first try now of the second spell for Ratu Felice. There is Leveni Tani playing now under the shadows of Ali Pate Tani and Kaliova Tani, his older brothers. Watch the pass, but it's the step inside. There he goes. Leveni Tani. 1-2, and he was away. And he's going to convert his own try, but he falls short. So it's the scores. It's Vatukoula leading 15 points to 0. Vatukoula back again. That's Leveni Tani who's going to get a high restart. As Warwick try and compete the ball, but it's back now to Vatukoula, who sprint right through the middle. Here's the same play. Lambere Letanawale towards the back, just outside the try line now. One more. And they go over again for the second unanswered try in the second half. And that takes their tally up 20 points to 0. 4 unanswered tries. Now that's the experience of this Vatukoula team. Watch this again. As they're taken down, they didn't panic. They slowed down play. And Kabikini Nayava just waited. And the conversion counts, so it takes their tally up 22 points to 0. This by far the biggest score margin in the Cup quarterfinal. So the winner from this game is either going to meet Police Barbers or Ului Nakava. So it's just a quick restart here in the Warwicks. This is the furthest that they've come out. And the experienced Nayava will chase the ball back. Vatukoula now on the counter. They're leading 22 points to 0. And Vatukoula right outside the 22, so it's still possession in their favor. The defense, that has been the telling factor so far for Vatukoula heading into the Cup semi-final. So there's a bit of back chatting there, so it seems, and the referee has moved them forward. Aminasi Tandrau. So there's a smart play there from Vatukoula. They know they've done the deal. 22 points to 0. They lead convincingly right now. That's enough to take them into the Cup semi-final. And they can take a break after this and find out who they're going to meet, whether it's the Barbers or Police. So Kabikini Nayava to throw in. He does well. That's fine. Nayava to Tani, the playmaker. Tani's Nayava again. Letawale. They still break it in again, but the Warwick are just watching the ball right now. And they're not moving up to their player. So it's allowing Vatukoula all the time in the world to try and move, as Leveni Tani leaves it at the back. But that's play on. It's not a knock on, so here comes the Warwick. Golowali. On the short side with less than a minute now remaining in the Cup semi-final. The third one that is. Warwick still trying to get one try. Now can they at least break the egg and break the stern defense that has held them nilless in this semi-final? We'll have to find that out. Warwick. Here they come on halfway. But Vatukoula are going to let them get their late flourish. Here's the pass again. So that will be a consolation try as the hooter sounds. But it doesn't matter. Vatukoula will progress. Whether this try goes over or not. It's Vatukoula who's the third team into the Cup semi-finals with this try. The conversion yet to come. 22 points to 5. So with that, the whistle blows. It's Vatukoula progressing to the Cup semi-final, defeating Warwick 22-7. the final quarter-final here, and this is possibly by paper the only other team that now will have the top seed after the big teams have been bundled out. Army is out, but Police now will remain. And the referee for this game is Lotte Sandranu, who will officiate this game, as Penning Onimeke gets a high start for Police. So this is Police against Ului Nakau. Sakinasa Ava, former Leline Memorial School student and also national rep himself, Wanga. As they rotate it very quickly, he is Penning Onimeke. He's a product and a result of the Red Rock rugby system. So the winner from this game will face Rotu Felice in the Cup semi-final. Wanga also went to the RB World 7 Series last season, and it's turned over. The referee said it's fine. Ului Nakau will play it just outside the 22. Short passes back inside. Josabatang bola. Here comes Ului Nakau. Probably, if you could, the surprise package of the Cup competition here in the Cup quarter-final. So he's gone backwards. And Ului Nakau, this is a team right here from around this area. They're the team that hails from Ra. And a scrum feed in for Police. Waisalendau will feed into Penning Onimeke. There's the flyhouse pen. Penning Onimeke sells a dummy. He's going to go by himself. But does he have the legs here to make the distance? Well, he's held, but he's held just enough. Look at that determination. Siti Veniwanga. Police, they want to make up for last weekend's shortfall in the Cup competition. But Siti Veniwanga scores the first try for Police, and it was from this man here. The man who hails from Wainganaki village, a beautiful village. When you turn left, just passing Lami, just on the coast there, outside the capital. Penning Onimeke broke away. And then Siti Veniwanga with a good support. There is Siti Veniwanga. Every time you see him play, it's as though he's just come out of the surgery with that signature head strap of his. And he leads 5-0. The conversion from Penning Onimeke is fine after building up this try. Police leading 7-0. There's Siti Veniwanga and Onimeke. Another high restart, and that's gone out on the full. So that is an uncanny mistake from Penning Onimeke, a player who debuted last season on the RB World 7 Series. After Red Rock, they won their fair share of their tournaments coming out of that Uprising Sevens last year. And since then, they went on to defeat Samoa in one of those tournaments. It just escapes me right now, but that was an exceptional performance from Penning Onimeke. And the turnover now on the counter-attack, but the referee brings them back. So right on the 10. So far in the Cup semi-finals, Westfield will play away Manu, and Rotu Felice will meet the winner of this game, Siti Veniwanga. Good throw in, it's taken well. Wanga follows it up to Onimeke, steps a bit. A pass to Ndau on the outside, but he's knocked it on. And here comes Ului Nakau. This would be deemed their home ground if you could, as they held up just inside the 22. And is it turned over? Yes, it is. It's a penalty. Not releasing, as Siti Veniwanga rushes quickly to play the ball. Now they run the ball from deep inside the 22 as Ndau dances a little bit. So there's Sakinasada. Captain Fantastic in his own right, and he's done well. the young player who's also had his stint of rugby in New Zealand. Inside to Sitvan Wanga, who looks like he wasn't expecting the ball. But an offside call, not 10, says the referee. So they'll take it on the mark. So Sitiveni Wanga will tap it and play it very quickly. Sailosi Rambo. So there's Sailosi Rambo, also out of Nandronga, former national rap too. So the forwards here, all former national raps. There is on the far end Sailosi Rambo, Nangida with Siti Vinuwanga, and so too Sakinasa Ada. So that's a very powerful 3 men in the scrum. So Sakinasa Ada on the open side. The freed in from Uluinakau, who need to score next to stay in this game. If Police scores next, I feel the worst for the home team Uluinakau, who is just great to say that there is a team from Ra that is here in the cup competition. So strong counter-raki here from Police as Uluinakau try and go on the short side. They gamble it a little bit, but it's gone out in touch. So considering it that the biggest prize money is being offered at this tournament, $85,000 500 as Waisalendao comes up to stand in the line-out. The quarterfinal loser in this game will take $1,000 500, and that I must say is not bad at all for 2 days payback. Wanga to Ngoni Meke flings the pass all the way towards the outside as Police. Joe Ravovo tackled just outside the 22. Wanga. Well, he's gone forward only to bring it back. Ravovo is taken out just outside the 10, and Ngoni Meke tries and goes through, and they've left him behind. One more to go. Sells the dummy. The follow-up from Ada, and there's an intentional knock-on, and the hooter sounds. So is it one more play? Is it the end of the first half? It's the end of the first half, and Police leading with one unanswered and converted try, 7-0. There's the Police team, coached by the Black Pearl, as they call him, a winner of the Sevens Rugby World Cup in 1997 in Hong Kong. The man who cried like a baby, as they said it, but it was a beautiful sight, Manasambari, and they call him the Black Pearl, and they're managed by Aporosa Vata, the Police team. And Uluinakau, on the other hand, they're coached by Male Kolinivala and managed by Marika. So 7 minutes now stands between these two teams. Who's going to be the team, the last one into the cup semi-final? And it's Uluinakau. Chone Vuvu will get the kickoff. And here's an early breakaway from Sakinasa Ada. He's left by himself. One more player to go. There's Jesse, basketball pass. Over to the top to Sailosi Rambonagida. And they're going to easily go over for the first try of the second spell. Police well and truly in the driver's seat, and they take a 12-0 gap. And that's the way. But Sailosi Rambonagida, look at that again. It was from the beginning. It was Rambo, and it was Ada. Look at the support, the follow-up. He was just cruising on along, just loitering, waiting at the back. And Ada, now watch this. You have to be a basketball player to master that, and he's done it well. Rambonagida goes over easily for the try, with a conversion now to come from the left-footed Wesselendau. So that's 12 points to nil. The conversion goes over, so it's 14 points to nil. 2 converted tries, and Police still keep the momentum from the first spell. Rambanagida and other looking very exhausted, but knowing that they need to keep the wits about themselves. So another high restart from Penny Ngoni Meke. Ulunekau, a short pass. It seemed forward, but it's fine, and he's a big man who's on the loose, Joseph Tambola. And he's totally gone to the wrong man. But it's a penalty. Offside call. That's the referee's call here. Ulunekau. Simoni. Vilimoni. Menusi. So this is the closest that Ulunekau has come. And the ball, well, it's not used. Held very tight by Police. So Sitiveniwanga there with the head strap. He's been the experienced player playing at hooker for the Police. So scrum feed here from Wesselendau with Pounding on Meke inside there in goal, and that's a offensive flick. So this is a kick just for territory from Penning Onimeke. But there's only one player all the way by himself. That's Chone Vuvu, who's by himself. So Chone will have to break away. He's turned around, held by Ngoni Meke. And Sitiveniwanga, Ngoni Meke with a good tackle. So coming in from the top, a penalty and tapped very quickly here from Ulunekau. They Seniaro over the 10. So this is a good break from Ulunekau as they go inside the 22, but time is running out now for them. Vilimoni. So good step again inside and a click, and the ball is loose here. Well, it's gone out in the touch too far. And it's gone full out, and a substitution call for Police. Police now kick away. So Ulunekau will just have to play the he'll just have to play from inside, and Sakinasa Ada. He's going to do the DD and he's going to finish it off. But just one more inside to Sitiveniwanga, who gives himself an applause. So that will be the final nail. 19 points to nil now. Police can rest as they've qualified now surely for the cup semi-final. So with Sitiveniwanga scoring their try, a confirmation from the Pacific Warriors, who are currently playing their last Pacific Rugby Cup game against the Chiefs Development right now. It's halftime. And it's Fiji Warriors leading 22 points to 12 at Tekuiti in Waikato. So left-booted conversion. It falls short, but the scores still remain. Police with a try, the second one for him. He scored the first one. Is it the last one that he's just scored moments ago? Sitiveniwanga, there is number 1. 19 points to nil. The Police leading Ulunekau. Dao with the that's a Sunia Kumbu with a high restart. So second other scrambles for a loose possession right there. Well, there's a player that's hit the deck here, and well, they're not the St. John ambulance, but surely they've got a medical kit, and that's important for these tournaments. It's good to see that a medical team is out now. It looks like it's Sakanasa Ada who's down on the deck, and it seems to be a problem with his shoulder. And, well, let's just confirm that. He's going to pick himself up. Oh, it's a Sunia Kumbu. Yes, it is. It's a Sakanasa Ada, in fact. Well, he's a tough man. He hails from the highlands of Naitasiri. So Sakanasa Ada locks onto the blind side, the short side of the scrum. One more feed in from Uluinakau, as they've simply run out of time. Police having a convincing victory here. Uluinakau outside the 22. So Uluinakau, Menusi, Vui. So that's a penalty call. It's going to go down to the assistant referee. Whether it's going to be a card that's going to give it here, the call is now going to be made from Amania Situndrao. Yes, he's going to go to the yellow card. Number 4 is off. Now watch this again. It's the dangerous tackle. There is. He speed him down. Maybe 4 years ago you could get away with that, but it's a department, it's an area that the International Rugby Board is seriously pinned down on to make sure those tackles aren't made. Well, at that, the hooter sounds. Police are going to finish the game with just 6 players, while Uluinakau tries to get a late flourish. Save takes it around. 1 more to go. Seniaro. So Uluinakau now playing with some conviction now. I strongly feel this team owes it to themselves. They must have a try here. They must have one more late flourish. It would be good for everyone that's come out here to support this local team, who's the very newcomer to the Cup quarterfinal competition, to score a try. Well, they won't. They'll live to fight another day. And at that, the whistle is blown. 19 points to nil. Police defeat Uluinakau. So it's confirmed. After this, we're going to just take a 10-minute break. So it's confirmed. The semi-finalists in the Cup competition, it's Piotuai and Westfield will meet Aseli Naitenge and Waimanu in the first Cup semi-final. In the second Cup semi-final, it's Levanitani and Ratu Felice that will face off with Peninga Numeke and City Viniwanga and the Police. We will be back. Stay with us.
Dedo is care. Okay, no worries. Irfan coming off now. Next is the plate semi-final. Plate semi-final between Hydro and Wunda Blues. Wunda Blues. Hydro and Wunda Blues. That's the second plate semi-final. After that, then Wardens will play Exile. Dedo Salenke. Amit Konti. Abid na yowe. They're calling the team in now. They're calling the team in now. Yeah, the first plate semi-final. They're calling the team in. Wunda Blues and Hydro. They're calling the two team ins now. Okay. Set. You getting the first team in? Okay, let's give that shot. It's on black, bro. Let go. No worries. Thank you. bro. Set, standing by. We're back here in the Vatukoula Sevens just for the second of the plate first of the plate semi-final between Hydro and of course Vunda Blues. The crowd in numbers, different setting from any other sevens tournament you've been to in Fiji, and now coming in the Hydro team led by the evergreen Kini Randaveta, which also have Mosese Luweita Sau, the players of Emori Ratu, some of the Simeli Koroi. Those are the big names that have played sevens with Vunda Blues. Vunda Blues, a team from VCC in Lautoka, have produced numbers of some of Fiji's best sevens player. Emori Ratu. There with Johnson Lee, the referee also from Lautoka, to get things underway in the first plate semi-final. Johnson Lee, the referee for this match. Yes, Emori Ratu to kick off for Hydro. Man for Luweita Sau didn't win that one back, and it's Emori Ratu. Out the Hydro, they will strike first if this strike goes over. Yes, they do. And Hydro, Johnson Lee consulting with his assistant referee, Hydro are first on the board. Linking up well, the player of Emori Ratu, then spread it wide to Apenisa Rokusuka, who scored their try in their corner. Can see the dust. That's how hard the turf here in Vatukoula. They're waiting for that crucial kick. Ratu lifts the flag. It's Hydro leading Vunda Blues 7-0. Hydro in the lead 7-0. Hydro kicked off and straight away they went for that opening try. Again, Emori Ratu, Luweita Sau ahead of Emori Ratuski. Alipate Vimba, Vunda Blues using the tactics that used by many teams now. The kick and chase. You forgot the ball that time, that Vunda Blue player. But still defending the turf. Vunda, they want to strike this time, and that's the equalizing try from Vunda Blue of Josefa Goro. They should have scored in that first move. The ball bounce was not kind. Just watch the replay. From base of the rack, went around his marker, then a nice try in the corner. Waiting for the conversion to come with Hydro leading at this point 7 points to 5. Place of Ananias Nanai. That will not go over with Hydro leading now 7 points to 5. 7 points to 5, Hydro leading the Vunda Blues team from Lautoka. The first of the plate semi-final, the loser here will go home with $700. Vunda Blues to kick off. Kini Randaveta calling for that. He taps it back. Hydro, they look for the overlap. Emori Ratu has been the instrumental figure in this team. This is Mosese Luweita Sau. Knocks the ball backward. Referee continues the game. Penisa Rokosuka. Selna Dami caught by the Vunda player on the far left. A few meters away from the Vunda Blues 22, Luweita Sau to Randaveta. He waits the Lori Mambole Tawa. Emori Ratu dances away. They set up the rack. Not nice kind of pass to Moses Luvitasau, but very experienced Luvitasau. That's a Penisa Rokosuka. He crossed over for the first one. That's his second for the afternoon in the plate semi-final. And gives Hydro the lead for this plate semi-final. The Swats, the bounce was not good, but the experience counts on Hydro. He had one man to beat, easily cut back inside, but the sweeping defense not up to par as Hydro scored their second try. And Moriratu to kick and try to add on to the Hydro tally this afternoon. Waiting for Emori Ratu. He converts from the same place in the first one. He had taken most of his time. That's the call from Johnson Lee, with Hydro leading 12 points to nil. He used up the minutes that was given to him. 12-5 at this stage. Wunda Blues decided to take both of the two players in. They set up the rack, decide to stick with the forwards. A nice break from Wunda Blues and the players of Setareki Ritoba. Ritoba will go all the way to equalize that try, but under the upright. The referee Johnson Lee waits for the player to put it out. That's a Wunda Blue with his second try this afternoon. Sells dummy. The Hydro players moved up, and the last line of defense was easily played. Now 14-12 with Hydro still on the lead. The first of the played semi-final in the Vatukoula Sevens. The next one, the second one, will be between Wardens and Exile. That's in the second. It's Hydro and Wunda Blues locked at 12-all. Wunda Blues to kick off. A high one. Randaveta comes in. A referee allowed the play to carry on. Wunda Blues ball not the best of passes altogether, but referee Johnson Lee called for a knock-on inside Hydro's 10-meter line. That's where they'll set this scrum up. Wunda Blues to put it in Hydro's 10-meter line. The hooter goes for halftime. What would Wunda Blue do in here? They decided to go for an attack. Nice bit of break. And Moriratu sticking to his player, trying to pull him down. That's a knock-on according to referee Johnson Lee. A last strike from the Hydro. They're waiting for the support. Randaveta comes in, links up with Emori Ratu. They set up a rack. What will the referee decide here? Wunda Blue diving in, and what the referee says. A yellow card to Apenisa Rosuka, who scored 2 of Hydro's first try. He scored both of the Hydro's tries so far, Apenisa Rosuka. And now for the next 2 minutes, Hydro will have to play with 6 players. Still into the first half, although the siren sounded already. Wunda Blues tried to strike another try so that they will be in the lead, with both sides locked at 12-all. The referee's hand is out, so that's a knock-on from the Hydro. Penalty taken quickly from the Hydro team. They send from the Wunda Blue. They send it across. Still Wunda. They now reach the Hydro 10-meter line. They have the players out wide. Chonangoro will runs all the way, but the defense of Hydro, that has been the difference of this game. Pumping his legs away and crossover for the dead try for Wunder Blues. They will go into the halftime with a lead of 17 points to 12 with the convention yet to come. So what's the replay? Randaveta was the one that came in with that defense, but could not help Hydro. The referee allowed players to carry on, and away goes Wunder Blues. Referee Johnson Lee clarifying with Randaveta why he awarded that try. Randaveta think otherwise, that it has come forward from the Wunder Blues end. At halftime, it's Wunder Blues 17 and Hydro 12. Wunder Blues coached by Simeone Aleala, and the manager is Akili Masi. For Hydro, the coach, captain and player is Kini Randaveta. That's Simeone Aleala discussing what he wants from his players in the start of the second half. He knows the ahead. Moving up slowly to the middle are the Wunder players. Second half to start now. Johnson Lee raises his hand. Signal to Hydro, be ready. Up it comes from Wunder Blues. Nicely tapped back, but Wunder Blues have other ideas. They've spread it out wide. Does he have the legs to go all the way? Defend caught up, but not enough as he crossed over for that fourth try. Johnson Lee will consult with this assistant referee. Just what he wants. He awarded Wunder Blues with that try. The bounce was kind to Hydro, but the Wunder Blues player came in. He was already speeding on that far side. The support come in. According to the player on the ground, Lorima Mboletawa, that Wunder player didn't ground the ball. But it's the final call from the referee that counts. 22 points to 12 now. Wunder Blue leads Hydro. Wunder Blue leading Hydro 22 points to 12. The winner will progress to the plate final and will wait for the next game between Exile and Wardens. Wunder Blues to start play again. It's Viomule who has come in for the Hydro team. Lorimam Boletawa out wide to Apenisa Rokosuka. He was yellow carded and was very costly in this game to the Hydro side. Referee given Emori Ratu the penalty, still inside their own half. Emori, he looks for his option, survey his option, but support coming in, and the advantage play been played by the referee here. The switch of play, nice bit of play from Hydro. The support, they will have to wait for the support to come in inside the Wunder Blues 10-meter line. Lorimam Boletawa, one of the few players that I stick to this Hydro team for some time. They've reached just few meters away to Emori Ratu, out to Randaveta. A long pass out wide. The referee saying it's not forward, and Hydro will go over for their second try. Hydro will go over for their second try. Randaveta, a miss out pass, then went straight out wide. A player cutting in and scoring that try. Swats out wide. What's Randaveta? The floating pass. The Vunda players stood. They thought it was forward. But Johnson Lee allowed play to carry on. 22 points to 17. It missed the convention missed 22-17. Hydro still in these games. A try would either put them in front or draw them equal with Vunda Blues. Vunda Blues knock that one backward. They are pressured inside their own 22. They're running across the cover defense. That could be a costly mistake. The ball coming off one of the Vunda player's hand. Those could be the Hydro fans. They want Hydro to come back into this game. Swats the switch pass and the ball came forward. Lucky enough for Vunda Blues, Hydro didn't use it to their full advantage to score that one. The referee's hand is out. So, inside Vunda Blues 22, what will Hydro do in here? They pass it out wide. It's still Lorima, Kini. They all are inside the Vunda Blues 22. Hydro, with their fans supporting them that side, they want a try, but Johnson Lee says otherwise. Calls for a penalty. Players diving over and not supporting his body weight in that move. Vunda, what they will do from the inside their own half, he has come away. Takes quite a lot of the Hydro players to put him down. Vunda then spread it out wide to the Vunda Blues team. They are a try ahead. They are 5 points ahead on this game. What they will do here? They've passed the halfway meter line inside the Hydro team now. A nice chip kick ahead and the foot raised. The player was in front of the original kicker. The wing in this side from Vunda Blues, Saimbosi, was already inside his player. And referee Johnson Lee awarded that penalty. Hydro, the fighting spirit that's seen him most of this tournament, to Randaveta out wide. There's a player, Randaveta, try to go on his own when the support is out wide. Again, Apenisa, Rogosuka, will he come back and spark something for this Hydro side? Moriratu again goes on his own. They hold him up. The Vunda Blues player hold him up. They are just few meters away from that try line. Big hit and big defense also from Vunda Blues. What Lorima Mboletawa will do. Forward pass called by referee Johnson Lee. It's a forward pass to Hydro. So it means a scrum down and a put in to Vunda Blues. Vunda Blues inside their own 22. They will need to come out from this from Lorima Mboletawa. Yes, it went forward to the player of Simeli Koroi. Vunda. Player setting up a rack. Vunda. The referee's hand is out for a penalty. Vunda will just have to kick this one out and be in the semi-final. What they will do, they need to kick this ball out, then they will be into the semi-final. Hydro will have to return home with $700. And coming in now for the second semi-final, Wardens up against Exile. Wardens missing most of their key players that has brought them glory in some of the tournament. The Uprising tournament, the Coral Coast Sevens tournament are not here. The likes of Chochi Rangamate, Ilaitinai, Setefano Thakau, Apisa Nayambo are all not in this Wardens team. Lepani Mbotea. So there's 5 players who have been part of this Wardens team for the past tournament are not in this team. Only Nico Verekauta and Sisa Vosaki, 2 of the players that were part of this Wardens winning team, are here. Exile to kick off. They're up against Wardens. The referee for this match from Suba, Aminiasi Tunrau. Exile to kick off. They send a long one to the Wardens player. Wardens then come out the 22. Nice bit of move. They've already cited Nico Verekauta. He scored a try in the game that has been completed in the quarterfinal, but not a good offload from the Wardens team. Exile return with another kick, but forced to push it down for a drop of 22 is Wardens. Wardens have the likes of Nico Verekauta, Sisa Bosaki, Chimimbiu Maiwai, Neumi Langilangi, Epeli Netivau, some of the surviving members from the side that have dominated the 7th scene for some time now in Fiji. Wardens playmaker calling on in the instruction. Exile. Sisa misses his player. Ameniasi Tunrau penalizing Wardens. They're not coming in the right side. It has second miss from Sisa Osaki. Nice bit of play from Exile as they are diving over for their second try. They understand themselves very well, the Exile team, and the drift defense of the Wardens was moving across. The inside pass was just what's the inside pass? That's great understanding from the Exile team to score off that try. Waiting for the conversion. Exile ahead by 7 points to nil. 7-0 Exile leads Wardens. Wardens in this tournament without many of their key players, still coached by Timothy Wainingolo and manager by Joe Vosanimbola. I have one again. What will Wardens do? The chip kick, not favoring the bounce. Exile setting the rack up just close to the touchline. They're back on attack, the Exile team. They spread it across, Exile. They're coming back inside. Now Wardens set it up with a penalty by referee Sisa. Then hands it over. Wardens will have to strike fast if they want to win in this tournament. They knock it on. The Exile referee playing advantage in this game. They reach the halfway. But turned over by the Wardens again. They set up the rack. What will be referee's decision? He didn't release that player. Referee Aminiasi Tunrau marches the Exile team backwards. Calling on to the Exile team, Chimilai. Is a slippery customer, Chimilai. Just reached the 22-meter line in Exile's territory. Nico Verekauta, that could be the mistake. That could be a costly mistake from Verekauta. A back pass from Verekauta will result in Exile's second try. Nico Verekauta, a back pass. He was not looking when he offloaded that pass. A back pass. Just watch Chimilai, then to Nico. The back pass easily read out by the Exile player to cross over for their second try. Conversion, they're waiting. They're leading at the moment 12 points to nil. Exile leading Wardens. They're waiting. Exile leading Wardens now 14 points to nil. You could see that Wardens really a lot of missing link in this team, without Chochi, without Eli, without Lepani Mbotea, without Nayambo. Could see a lot of missing link in this team. Last week it was the player of Lepani that played. He's not in this side this year, in this tournament. Exile tried to force Wardens inside their own half. Chimilai knocks it back inside his try line. That's Epelini Tuibao. The referee awarding the penalty. The tackle ball area has been one of the main concern in this tournament. The ruck. Chimilai. Ball carried forward to Sisavosaki. There's Nico Verekauta outside him. Will he unload to Nico? No. Still holding on. Then Nico Verekauta. They will not catch him. That will be a run to the try line. That Exile player has decided that's enough. That's the 400 meters former Pacific Games champion Nico Verekauta. Nice try from Nico. After he made that mistake that cost them the second try. Just watch Sisavosaki. He didn't unload that time. The support then came in with a player to beat, with Nico Verekauta in the clear. Very hard. It will be very hard for any defense to come up. Nico Verekauta. It's Exile 14, Warden 7. Exile, for the first time in this game, they are inside their own half. They're setting up the rack inside. The referee said you did not support your weight when you go down, and the Exile player thought that he awarded them with that penalty. Sisa. Warden's Chimilai, nice offload. They wait for the switch pass. Not nice. The bounce of the rugby ball. Sisavosaki tried to hold on, but the referee said it came off one of the Warden's players' hand. So they will settle down for the scrum. Inside Exile's own 22. That's the halftime siren for this plate semi-final, the second one. Exile could be their worst enemy. They're giving away the free kick inside their own half. Cannot do that against a team like Wardens, who knows how to score. To Sisa. He will go straight. Sisa. Hold on to play. Naituivau. Nice bit of switch play. Then Wardens are. Wardens scored that one. That's the equalizing try from Wardens. They will wait for the kick to come, but a mistake from Exile, a costly mistake in that scrum. Cannot do that against a top side like Wardens, although they missed some of their key players. Sisavosaki, the offload to Naituivau. Then the support comes in to go over for that try. 14 all at halftime, with both sides locked at 14 all. That's the frame of Max Hughes, the trainer for the Warden side, talking to his player at halftime. That's Max Hughes giving out the instruction from Coach Timothy Wainingolo on what he wants. The hands together in there means let's play with unity and reach the final. Exile, they also had the group discussion inside their own half. They will want to be in the final of this game too. Of course, Wunda Blues are the first team to qualify for the plate final. Wardens. I have one into the air from Calisito. Great defense from Exile. Exile trying to make something out of this Both sides lock at 14-all with Exile having the beat of play right now. The referee then decide. It came off an Exile hand. This is the second of the split semi-final with Exile and Wardens lock at 14-all. Wunder Blues already waiting in the final this afternoon. Wardens to put it in. Referee then talk to both set of the forwards before the ball will be put in by the Wardens team. They will look far out to Nico to try to strike from here. Nico Vatukoula. Wardens, Chimilai go on his own. The referee will wait for this move from the Wardens team and offload to Sisa. Sisa goes alone and Sisa will go under this upright for this try to increase Wardens' tally to 19 with just 4 minutes of play remaining in the second half. Sisa Vosaki straight running like he has done in the past, and under the upright he went to score that one. They're waiting for the conversion to come. It misses, so it means Wardens in the lead, 19. Exile still within striking distance of a try, a converted try, can win them this game. (19 to 14), Wardens ahead. Long kickoff from the Wardens, pushing Exile inside their own 22. They spread it out wide. Whether he will test his speed against Nico. No, that's a dangerous tackle from Vatukoula. That's a dangerous tackle, could result in a yellow card. The referee, Amniasi Tunrao, said, you lifted the player up. Whether he will give the yellow card? No, he has decided that it will not be a yellow card. Let's watch. That should be a yellow card. That should be a yellow card. Didn't support the player when he went down. But the referee, quoting from then, he now decided to call the player in. He now then decided to call the player in. A red card. A red card to Nico Vatukoula. It means Wardens will play the rest of this game with only 6 men. And if they reach the final, there will be no Nico Vatukoula. Exile, how they will use this game to benefit. They are playing with 7 men. Wardens are playing with 6. But now Exile, the support on fire, and they decided to go in his zone and kick. But the Wardens player bring that one back. Wardens then turns it back. These Warden boys know how to win tournament. They have done it in the past. Will continue if Exile will not come up with something special in this tournament. Then now Chimilai out to Naituibau. A cheap kick from Naituibau. The bounce will be kind for him, and that could be the final. That what Wardens are waiting for in this tournament. They're playing with 6 men, but up against a 7 Exile team, they still scored a try. Just watch a chip kick. There was no defense at the back. The bounce was kind, and away goes Wardens to reach the final and play against Exile. Away the conversion, so they now take the lead. 25 points, 24 points to 14 there. Conversion was successful. Conversion from Wardens was successful. So they lead by 26 points to 14. Similar to restart for Wardens. Another long one. They know they have to press Exile inside their own half. Orisi Sareki now, a capable replacement for Nico Verekauta. He's in JC number 5, a former National Sevens rep also. Played also in that team that won in 2009 in Hong Kong. Chimilai falling back. What will Wardens do here? Great defense from the Wardens team. Sisa Vosaki's leadership will be crucial for the Wardens if they want to end with the win. But Exile are back in this game. Exile are back in this game. Referee decided that it has gone forward from the Exile hand. The support was there, but the pass was forward. The pass was forward from Exile. So no try in that. Wardens a few minutes away from reaching the plate final where they will meet Wunder Blues. Wardens, they're just a few meters away from their own half. The referee said that it did not come out, so it means Exile will have to put it in. Exile to put this one in. They have to strike first Exile before the hooter goes. Wardens can count themselves lucky. Although Exile will score from here, it still means that Exile will have 19 points and Wardens will go over the winner of this tournament, of this second plate final.
Surely not the teams we expected in the Cup semi-final, but this is the first semi-final of the main competition. Waimanu on your left in their traditional green and black up against Westfield. There's Waimanu. They're waiting for the referee. The man to call this game is Petro Misele. He's in the middle. There he is. He signals a wait to the hooter. That has been a bit funny. But this has been the talk of the tournament so far. Waimanu with the likes of Lemeki Dundomo and Aseli Neitenge. And they will kick off the first 7 minutes. Very crucial. Waimanu has been a team that has known how to work their way around the field. They've kept their tackles sticking. And they've also kept the composure in the passing. Equally likewise, Westfield has been a team that knows how to work the forwards. That is the strength of this side. But very quickly, it's Waimanu. Dundomo. They will look to Aseli Neitenge very quickly. But here comes Waimanu. They'll find the first gap in the middle. It goes over the 22. They'll switch it over very quickly. There could be an overlap here. They'll find one more man on the corner, but he's still going. Rafael Tokona right inside the 22. They'll run it very quickly. Alipate Savai. They've been very fit players, very small ones. The tackles, 2 has gone by very quickly and still inside the 22. That's the third time that they continue to recycle the ball. One more player, Aseli Neitenge. And it goes out and the ball is knocked on. So that's very close. There's Piotuai. He's on the right-hand side of the referee at the moment. There's the man, Piotuai. He had jinxing feet on the RB series, but 2 seasons ago. He's fighting to come back. He played for the Samurai Barracudas last season, right here in the Vatukoula Sevens. There he is again. He's the towering man who hails from Ba. He's also playing here with Philip Nakosi, his younger brother. So they'll feed from the open side for Westfield. Ratumeli Kurisau. Kurisaru turns it around here, and they'll keep it very tight, knowing that Waimanu plays a very fast brand of rugby. And I tell you, this is Waimanu of old that we're seeing here. It's great to see this team come out from the hiding of the long time. It's only been the Samurai Barracudas that has been playing for the Naitasiri Highlands. But now they have two teams. Barracudas are out. It's now Waimanu. Oh, but it's a penalty. Penalty coming in from the side. That's the call from the referee. So Waimanu, they know how to take their chances. That's what they did when they upset a big team in the quarterfinals. Army, champions from last weekend, and the favorites of this team. And it's Waimanu, just like they did against Army in the Cup quarterfinal. When they bundle them out, they'll open up the scores, and they will lead in this first semi-final. Look at that. There really wasn't much to it. It was just short passes. Mesmerizing, really. And they'll go over for the first try. 5-0. Recycle the ball very quickly and outside in the corner. You can't manage to play watching rugby with this side. Waimanu, led by Aselina Itenge, so to Lemeki Ntuindomo. They're a very difficult team to stop once they get going. Very young faces playing in this side. So there's a high restart. Pio Tuai is bulked up a bit over the past 2 seasons. As Westfield, they run it out very quickly outside to the winger. He commits himself to the body, Navitalai Tulawa, as they recycle it very quickly back inside the 22. And it's knocked forward. Call it butterflies in your stomach, or maybe just the pressure game, but that's Cup semi-final at its best. And right now, I tell you, it's Westfield who are caught on the wrong side of everything. That's the second mistake right now by Westfield. Waimanu is the more composed of the two. But you never count out a team like Westfield, who bundled out Samurai Barracudas in the first Cup quarter-final. So they commit to the open side now. Waimanu inside the 22. As they line up, but they change the sides of the direction. Very good option. They sold the dummy. But once again, as Lemeki Ntuindomo looks out for the options, he takes it back into the option as they change direction and commit to the big forwards. Waimanu, intimidating play. They'll go to the short side, but they isolated this time. And they're driven backwards, but they'll still continue to shoulder on. Here's Kenny Radeva. Still Ntuindomo. Big tackle from Westfield. But they still recycle from Aseli. And here's a overlap. Well, they delete the pass. So they recycle the ball still. That's the 6th play. And it's knocked on. Playing advantage. The referee right now, Aseli Naitenge. He is 3-on-1. They continue to change the direction. Well, it's played on really. Referee was playing advantage. So Westfield will play from deep inside their own territory, but it's going to be difficult to run it out. Aseli Naitenge with the first tackle. Pio Tuai shrugs off one tackle, but they're not holding him down. Neither are they holding him up. Westfield from inside, and they bust out. Gets past one defense, but a very small sweeper at the back. The team list doesn't have his name. He deserved to get his name spoken out. Pio Tuai swings the passes on. Navitalai Tulawa. It's important to get the passes sticking here. Ratumeli Kurisaru. What a reply from Westfield. After conceding the first try and looks so feeble, it looks too easy. Westfield, they bounce back. They turn the table right upside down on its head. And they score the try just like Waimanu did to them. And they take all the time. Heavy legs out there, but they score the try and it's tied 5-0. So it's from Tuai. The pass from the overside. Well, that's what happens when your players are much smaller it's difficult. You need to commit 2 tacklers to 1 every time. And that, if I must add, it's Waimanu's possible Achilles heel. And the conversion is over. And Westfield leads 7 points to 5. So Ratumeli Kurisaru scores at their first try. So the winner of this game will face either Ratu Felice or Police in the second semi-final after this. So it's a loose ball play. Westfield will play, but it's knocked on. And Asel Naitenga was underneath that ball. Really didn't do much, but the hooter sounds. And it's Westfield leading Waimanu 7 points to 5. There's Pierre Tuai, number 2. A big man who's fighting to get back into the RBL 7 series. Westfield coached by Koroikai and they are managed by Namai. And likewise, on the other side of the field, Waimanu, they're coached by Rokini Kilraki. But it's right now. The spotlight is on Westfield and that big man in number 2, Pierre Tuai, the farmer from Bar. The next 7 minutes will be very, very crucial because some say that the Vatukoula Sevens is a tournament for the underdogs, especially with a lot of teams weakened by the Hong Kong Sevens selection in the likes of Red Rock Wardens that have bundled out early. So too the Army team. So it's a Westfield now who's going to restart the second half. And the referee, Petro, signals the second 7 minutes. The team that scores first here is pretty much going to shape up the second half. And Westfield, right on the short side, they come out very quickly. Micah over for the first try, and guess who? Guess who? No surprise right there. It's Pierre Tuai, just like he's done on the RB World 7 Series. But that was 2 short seasons ago. They needed to score first, and they needed someone who can lead up front on the tip of the spear. Watch this. The bounce was off the head, and that eliminated one defender from Waimanu. And the step back inside from Micah. And guess who? The big man. The most unlikable person. Waimanu wanted to be the last man. It was Pierre Tuai. He goes over and scored the try. So it's Westfield 12, Waimanu 5. So the conversion all the way from the outside. This is very important though. Well, that's going to miss. So still 12 points to 5. And Westfield, Joshua Tuisova, will get the restart. Sun in their faces. Waimanu are going to have a hard time to get this, but they've done well. So they work it on the short side. Tenge. That's what we spoke about. It's difficult for the Sun to get in their face. As a player is down. And number 9, but really there was nothing there. There was nothing at all. He was barely touched. So the line-up throw. Now with just a little over 5 minutes remaining in the second half. Pierre Tuai, all spotlight on him right now. He's a player many feel still need to step it up. Word was that he had joined the Wardens rugby team, but he didn't complete the entire course. So it's Westfield. Now on the short side, a bit of step. Joshua Tuisova. He takes on the last man down on defense. Out on the wing, there is no halfback. So there is no counter-attack on the ruck. But they played very quickly. Here's the recycled ball. Pierre Tuai is out on the wing waiting. Here he is. He doesn't have the speed, but he still can do those things. And jinx around this one more defense. Now that's impressive stuff. Look at the smile. He's confident here. He's very confident about this game. But equally confident is Waimanu, who take a quick one. Now watch this back pass here. Bang. So Waimanu inside the 22. And they run it quickly outside. And it's playing advantage. The referee, he said, you're not releasing the ball. It's a penalty. Waimanu takes it quickly, but Westfield are not 10 back. But referee, well, brings it back. That's a knock-on. That's a knock-on. Al, he's not too impressed about himself. It's now eliminations rugby. And it's very important to stay in this game. Here's the pass. That was a very good pass, if I must add. Rafael Tokona couldn't hold on to it. Let's make him do Indomo. On the left of the scrum right now, on the left of the screen. Former national rep. There he is, glancing in the photo. He played way back in the 90s out of Waimanu. And it's amazing that you still see him to be able to play. So it's a hand down inside and a free kick, and take it very quickly. Waimanu on halfway. So they run it very quickly, but their back line is flat at the moment. So they'll run the ball outside. As they break through the middle, here's a bit of support over the 10. So there's a counter ruck from Westfield. But Waimanu, here's the big player, and look at those tackles from Westfield. It's one-on-one defense, and it's doing the job. Waimanu are trying to figure a way out through, and a big hit out of nowhere from Westfield, and it's shook Waimanu's attack. So Waimanu's down, but watch the defense. Now look at this, bang! There's the first one. So Waimanu's had to backpedal, but watch the following defense. Watch this now. Now watch the time tackle that came in from the second player. Bang, right there on number 19. That's right. It was a stop tackle. You've only seen that in WWE wrestling from Goldberg. From those who watched wrestling before. What a tackle. But those are the kind of tackles that you need to make at this time of the tournament. And it's Westfield leading and defending with all their might as they lead Waimanu 12-5. So it's a Waimanu player that's down. This is the one that copped one on the chest. So still 12 points to 5. There's just a little over 2 minutes remaining in this game. The team that scores next, I fear the worst for the other. Vatukoula, Waisiana Thungu, taken up high and very confidently. No challenge from Waimanu as Westfield recycle the ball, but they've taken it very quickly. Now bearing in mind and remind you that Westfield players are very big, but they're not on their feet, and Waimanu will try and counter. A score here will put them back in this game. Here comes Waimanu, a very small young team. Look at the camera shot. Really captured the action. That was very good shot from a cameraman. And it's done really well to really get that shot that needed to be this coverage live exclusively on Fiji 1. Here comes Waimanu, right in front of the sticks. A score and a try here is going to tie the game. Waisiana Thungu. Well, he's a little bit bothered by the defense that we saw earlier. It's ripped away, and it's not played. And there's a flag that's gone up. The second assistant referee from the far end is going to come in, and he's going to have a bit of a chitty chat with Petero Misaele, the referee from Suva. So Petero Misaele, and he's dished out a yellow card. Let's try and confirm why here. But it's now Westfield who's going to play the remainder of this game, according to my clock, with only 6 more players. And Waimanu, if they need to strike, it's now more than ever. So they'll play 10 meters out. The defense still sticks like glue. Waimanu. They connect the passes very quickly as they swing it back towards the inside, right in front of the sticks. The defense, Waimanu, are not confident enough to spread it out wide. An overlap created here would have been good. And a step towards the inside! Here's Waimanu with a try. That's very important. 12 points to 10. The conversion now to come. Now watch this again. He knew that the Westfield players were looking to the outside, and this player read the Westfield defense like an open book. And the conversion will be important. They trail 12-10. Here's the try again. Watch this, the step, bang! So the conversion is over. And it's tied 12 points all. So we've got a ball game here. So if the hooter sounds, which it has, it's going to now go down in sudden death. So it is going to go down to sudden death. I'm not sure if you heard the hooter. I definitely didn't. But it's going to go down now to the hooter. And this is Cup semi-final, people. Don't change the channel. Lemekindundomo in number 6. What a moment for this young Waimanu side. And they're up against, by far, one of the informed teams of this tournament. And that's Westfield. So the toss has been made. And it's Waimanu who won the toss. And they've opted to kick off. So look at the eyes. It's the eagerness, the drive. They prepared for so long. $40,000 at stake in this game for the cup final as they keep very deep. So Piotua in Westfield will have to try and work from deep inside their own territory. Here comes Westfield. Still inside the 22. Waimanu hoping for a turnover here or a mistake from Westfield. It's turnover and now for the counter. This is dangerous. Westfield is playing with one man extra, but Waimanu with one man less. So 6 on 7. Can they get the try that'll put them in the lead and get them into the cup final? Referee's now playing advantage as he's got the hands up. No, he's not playing advantage. He's playing normal rugby. Waimanu, they've got one player all the way on the outside. Lemekindundomo is available on the left, but they've turned it in the opposite direction. Here they come again. They're slowing down play. Piotua is committing himself on the tackles. It's still Waimanu right in front of the sticks. On the left is an overlap. On the right, it's trouble. Referee was playing advantage. Now a penalty. Misaele, the referee, called an offside call. The team that scores next is into the cup final. So Waimanu, 10 meters out. So Westfield are now back to 7 men, so it's 7 on 7. Lemekindundomo on the outside. Waimanu with the chance to bundle down Westfield and meet either Ratu or Police in the cup final later this afternoon. Waimanu into the 22. They've gone sideways and backwards, but not forward so far. Waimanu and referee gives a penalty. There is the breathing space that Westfield were looking for, and they played very quickly. One man left on the outside, and the ball goes all the way towards the outside. Referee wasn't playing advantage at all. That's a shocker. That's a shocker in elimination rugby, really. So Waimanu will take all their time. Even a penalty from this stage, this spot will allow Waimanu a drop goal that could be good enough. But they're going to get the throw in now with Lemekindundomo standing right at the back three. There you see them in the back three. So the throw in all the way from the back, tapped by Lemekindundomo. There is no Aseline Tanga right now, so it's Waimanu by themselves. Dundomo steps past 2 defenders inside the 22. That's where they've been bubbling for the last 2 minutes. Now they string it again. Waimanu. The string of passes, they step it back inside, and a good tackle from Westfield. That's worked for them before. Will it work for them this time? So referee's playing the ball, allowing Westfield to stay towards the back as Waimanu. They've dropped it back, and it's loose ball now. Here's Westfield. 2 players. This is over. Two players on one. The chase is on. It's off a Waimanu player's hand. Westfield are into the final. Here's the pass that had gone to waste. Look at this. Waimanu, what a heartbreaker. What a heartbreaker. There's the pass. If you could say, it had already gone forward even before it went. But at that, with the conversion not mattering, it's Waimanu who continues to ride against the odds, and they're into the final, defeating Westfield. Another upset after earlier bundling out Army. Rather, Westfield is into the final, 17 points to 12. So quickly, here's the second cup semi-final, and it's Police up against Ratu Felice, but it's Ratu Felice who's going to kick off. There's the referee for this game, the man from Tavua, a homeboy as you could call him, Mikia Rokondakia. And it's a high restart, hanging one, as City Veniwanga Police leaves it to the back. Ratu Felice, quite difficult to get the names by the jersey numbers, and so quickly they find themselves in front of the try line. Ratu Felice, they reset, and very quickly, they'll go over for the try. But how easy was that? Surely too easy. Ratu Felice, a team that is out of Vatukoula, the village, and the Gold Coast, 2 hours drive out of the capital. And they score an easy opening try, 5 points to 0. So they're not going to be in any rush. But there's that young man, Leveni Tani. There he is. He's playing under the shadows of Alipate Tani and his other brother, who have by far made their name in rugby league for the Fiji Mbati and also for the Flying Fijians. So is Leveni Tani. Will he be the next brother out of the three to make his way up into the international colors? There he is. A young man who surely, I must say, have had good older brothers who have set the stage for him quite well. So 5 points to 0, Ratu Felice leading Police. Will this be another upset, as we've seen in the first cup semi-final? Police players, I don't see any Sakinasa other just yet right now. Well, he's actually, in fact, he's in the ground, but he's on the other side of the field as City Veniwanga. Now it's straight off the kickoff that they scored. Penning on Imeke, they'll need him now more than ever as City Veniwanga pounds through the middle, tap towards the back, and City Veniwanga does it so easily, a solo effort. And the reply right underneath the sticks. Well, straight off the kickoff, that's how Ratu Felice managed. But look at this, Penning on Imeke, straight off the restart. And it was City Veniwanga. 2 soft tries, and the score's 5-5 with a conversion to come. Well, the conversion is over. There's the try scorer, City Veniwanga. Also fighting his way back into the national selectors' wish list. But it's that try that's put Police up 7 points to 5. And right now the grandstand have a very strong support from the Police here in the grandstand, where they've just newly installed the bucket seats at the Theodore Park. So Penny Ngaunimeke with a high hanging restart, and it's done well. City Veniwanga, they recycle it very quickly. Aprosa, Tambulawaki follows it up well outside the 10, and is ruffled up a bit by Ratu Felice. Ngaunimeke, Selosi Rambanagida, and he's a strong man out of the Nandrunga 15s rugby system. Sakinasa Ada, the captain for Police, Wanga Dau, and Dau penetrates towards the inside. One more play at the back. City Veniwanga did it So does Dow this time, and it's a knock-on from a hit at the back. So playing advantage, or Vatukoula will have a chance to fight out from their 10-meter. Nangaya. And they're going to try and shift from outside. It's intercepted by police. So it's turnover ball, and they still muscle on. So he's playing advantage, and police will take it very quickly. There's Sunia Kumbu. There's Sunia Kumbu. And a long pass outside here to Rambanangitha. Sailosi is not gonna choose his battles here, and he's gonna just power his way over. And he's gonna score their second try. And police lead 10 points to 5. So 10 points to 5 from this try. It's the second try from here. Now look at that. Sailosi Rambanangitha. He looked over and he saw his opponent. And the conversion is over, and it's conversion to be taken now by Penny Ngaunimeke. It's still 10 points to 5. And Penny Ngaunimeke for the conversion. Well, it's gone way out, so it's 2 conversion, 2 tries, unconverted, 10 points to 5. So let's just confirm that it is in fact 12 points to 5 with Sailosi Rambanangitha. There's the try scorer. Police now having to work harder than they ever had. Ngaunimeke, high restart. It's gone towards the back. Siti Viruwanga has left it behind, and it's knocked forward by Vatukoula. Well, Vatukoula scored their first try right off the kickoff in this game. And if more than anything, they really know how to take their chances. But ever since, police have turned the momentum right around as Ndao now to feed into the scrum. So with Army out, police using this opportunity now is Penny Ngaunimeke. Goes on the blind side, and no one's going to touch him. He scored pretty much in this same manner when he won here with Red Rock last season. But that's Penny Ngaunimeke, the man they call Penny Ngaunimeke on the IRB World 7 Series. So on the short side, that's 17 points to 5. Look at that, the gallop and the kick. And he scores. So there is just a sip of water and a break with Waisalen Ndao for the conversion on the left foot. But there's Ngaunimeke. And down now for the conversion on the left foot. Well, it's missed again. But Penny Ngaunimeke should be pleased about that performance. 17 points to 5, police shutting down an early threat by Vatukoula. And at that, the hooter sounds. And referee says, we're going to take the short break. And at halftime, it's police with a convincing comeback. They're leading Vatukoula off Nandronga 17-5. Well, the entertainment is also off the field. There they are on the far tent. They're loving the action here. They're also in dancing mood. There you go. Well, if many people thought that was our version of Mbukini from Suva, it likely is. We haven't seen Mbukini here at Theodore Park, but I'm sure that she's tuning in live to this exclusive coverage only right here on Fiji Television's Fiji One's free-to-air channel. So Penning Onimeke to restart a very important second 7 minutes. The winner here will face Westfield in the cup final. Inside, here comes Ratu Felice, just like they did in the first half. Ratu Felice again, they really start off the blocks. It's momentum that is the question mark that goes about themselves. Ratu Felice, Ferreira Tovilevu. That's Etonia Nambuli rather. And they've been taken out into touch, so the throw-in. And that's a good start from the police defense as Siti Vaniwanga with his signature head strap comes in to throw in. Wanga looks to Sakinasa Ada, and Ada takes it down very well. So that's a good from Penning Onimeke as the recycle. Sunia Kumbu is waiting outside on the wing, but police are going to plow through the middle right over the 50. Wanga is in at halfback. Sunia Kumbu turns back in midfield to play at first receiver as Weiss now waits here. Sunia Kumbu, Rambo Nagila. He's a big man, very hard to stop, and he knows how to muscle. Kumbu, Ada, Wanga, Ngauni Meke steps inside Goose's pass with Sakinasa Ada, follows in the 7th support. Sunia Kumbu, that's Ndao again, and a police. Well, it's as though they're playing touch rugby. And Rambanangida goes over for the try. Took them over a dozen passes to get that done, but that would be the best flow of rugby I've ever seen. I've lost count. Siti Veniwanga brought it back inside. Penning Onimeke followed up with Sakinasa Ada. And that takes up their tally. 22 points to 5 with the conversion to come. And Dow turned it around again with Rambanangida. And just a really hard opponent, this man. Salosi Rambanangida. He was a star in the making when he made the RB World 7 Series. There he is. About 4 seasons ago. He did so well. But just some off-field incidents that held him back. But Salosi Rambanangida, he's still showing the class that he possibly had a few seasons ago. Oiselendau will not get the conversion, so it's still 22 points to 5. And the dancing and the action continues off-field. It's such great action. So, Penning Onimeke with his yellow boots are going to restart and what is becoming a very agonizing game for Ratu Felice. So the chase. Penalty from police who have possession and territory immensely in their favor. And Ratu Felice are just waiting and waiting for police to move up to them. That's the reason why police are carving lines right through, over and under of them. So here's the counter from Ratu Felice. Could be this one try that'll spark something for them. Nayava, Kavikini. Long pass and a big tackle. But he stands his ground from Sailosi Rambanangida as it's knocked forward. So into the final few phases now of this game as there's a substitution. Police are running the substitutes now. There's double substitution. Well, there's 3 substitutes comes on. And watch this big time tackle. Bang. And it's caused the ball to spill. So police have now slowed down play. They're playing strategic rugby right now. And police are coached by the Black Pearl, as they called him, winner at the 1997 Rugby World Cup. Who can ever forget the moment Manasambari cried when they won in that final whistle? Well, could he possibly be doing the same should they go closer to the $40,000 first prize money later this afternoon? Rambanangida powers his way on. Look at that confidence. He's a hell of a man as he goes over the 22. Well, that's Namba who's back in at substitute. He's in number 2. We haven't seen much of Namba. He's Penning Onimeke. Tries a bit of dance. And police are still going now outside the 22. So it's penalty to Vatukoula. Into the final few phases of play. Nangaya, where the Nayava, Kavekini Nayava now, over the 10. Vatukoula goes over the 50. They're trying so much. But police have simply just outwitted them, outpowered them, and outclassed them in this second cup semi-final. So it's a quick tap now by police. Well, it's knocked forward. So police will have one more chance for another late flourish in this game. But they've pretty much done the damage. The deed is done. And they can take a break after this. And they can look forward to another surprise package in the cup final. And that's Pio Tuai and his Westfield team. So this should be the last scrum of the second cup semi-final. As police scrum feed in well, Vatukoula causing trouble. Police, they drop it back, but it's a penalty. Pushing without the ball, that's the call. And it's Vatukoula as they come over the 22. The cover tackle from Penning Onimeke is right on the spot. Vatukoula. Here's Etonia Nambuli. And it's picked away. Here's the counter by police. Wasilendao. Over to Vatukoula. Here's the turnover. The cover tackle from Penning Onimeke. One more. Well, did he make the try? No, it didn't. Well, look at that cover tackle. How is that? That was great work. Well, at that, the hooter sounds. Police are into the final, defeating Vatukoula 22 points to 5. So after this, we're going to take another break. It's 22 points to 5 in this win. So confirm in the cup final later this afternoon. It's police who's going to face Pio Tuai and Westfield in the final. So a confirmation, if you've just joined this exclusive live coverage only by Fiji Television's free-to-air channel, Fiji 1, Army are out of the cup competition. Red Rock are out of the cup competition. Wardens are out of the cup competition. It's now between this man, Penning Onimeke, and police, who's going to face Westfield and Pio Tuai later this afternoon. Don't change the station. Jesse. Jesse. Jesse.
Mama, kali excite feel eh. Excite me feel. Yeah, only half ground. Kali half ground me use kara. Kali, wait karo. Wait. Kali Irfan me picho. Tera wait karo mama.
हेलो हाँ या जाए शुरू है नहीं हाँ खाली हाफ ग्राउंड अंडर 10 रही तो हाफ ग्राउंड पे कवर करो बिकॉज अंडर 10 है फुल ग्राउंड नहीं सके खेले लोग यार या इधर माँ के जोन कौन रखा ने सब यार वहाँ उधर पीछे खड़ा है वही जगह पे वहाँ रेडियो है
उधर में ANZ next to the ANZ 10 नहीं लोग आवे वो कल वार्म अप कर दे लोग के एक ब्लू में एक स्ट्राइप येलो D. 5 left. Now under 10. Under 10 final now. Straight into under 13. Then we pick the woman, ball, plate, and main. Six left. Yeah, 6 left, guys. Both off na. Irfan. Wait karo Irfan kali jauh long ke pucho. Kali mes nanak. Oh. Kali mango Irfan main Irfan kan. Organize boy. Good morning, darling. Good morning, darling. Ali deko be. Chief organize saya. Kunci. Oh, hilang. Cese. Je suis. C'est qui? About to start. से ऑर्गेनाइज करो। Mama, get ready. Away, chot along. Away. You. Nandelai Catholic blue. You, Bruce. Should be 5 minutes itself. Is. Nandelai Catholic blue me. Vatukoula stripe. It's the development of rugby that it's the development of rugby that Vatukoula Rugby Union has been talking about. Two of the primary school within the Vatukoula areas playing in the under-10 final. Nandele Catholic School in blue and Vatukoula Primary School in stripe green and yellow. The two sides from within Vatukoula, the two teams using only half of the ground, and we are covering this live from the other park here in Vatukoula. In jersey number 14, in what we've been given is Timothy Kenatale, a famous name as far as rugby is concerned. One of the Kenatale, Nemia, played for the Flying Fijian last year as Kenatale, then drops it, went straight out. The crowd, that's the sort of the halfway. If you picturing the game, the scrum will have to go down. In number 15 for Vatukoula Primary, Savenadam Bakani. Savenadam Bakani in number 15. These kids will talk about this when they'll go to school on Monday, something they will look forward to talk about to the friends, that they played in the Vatukoula Gold Mine Sevens final as the Nandele Catholic School drops that ball backwards. It's the development of the game that was one of the highlights of the Vatukoula Rugby Union when they came back last year. The player of down looks like Timothy Makara. They haven't got any jersey number with him, the Nandele Catholic School. Lucky enough for the Vatukoula Primary School, there's some jersey numbers so that we can bring the name of players. Last year, Vatukoula came back into the major division after Inokemale, the current Flying Fijian head coach, guided them into the major union, beating Nabosa in the promotion relegation. There, the medics, Nandele Catholic School. So they have to carry that play out. Just the sweep of Jesse. And another players have to go in. Can see the coaches of both teams standing straight behind their team. It's the under 10 grades, the final. Vatukoula Primary. The play of Levi Sikonindali. A rack is formed there a few meters from the try line. Calling for it is Timothy Nairomba. Then out again to the play of Joshua Ngonevuka, Vatukoula, playing some great rugby at the primary school. The rushing defense of Nandele coming up. Then it to City Veni Dhabulangi. They're just a few meters away. They've been building. Referee said that they lost that ball forward. It's all about in development that they have decided to have this competition from the under 10. Then straight after this under 10, then we'll go for the under 13 finals before the bowl final. Nandalai running away from that. Vatukoula been forced to defense in this one. Then Nandalai. The rushing defense of Vatukoula. This Nandalai boy had to run away from it, but big tackle coming in from number 4, and that's Timothy Neromba. They're waiting for the coach's call. Who will Nandalai tackle again from the player Timothy Kenatale, Levi Sikonindali. Some of the players are here in this Vatukoula side. Usayang Onevuka. Advantage is been given to the players. That's a big hit, but the referee decided you came in offside, bro. What's that? Let's watch that. The high five from number 11. And it is Levi Sikonindali. Big hit from this guy. When he come in with that tackle. Both sides still lock at 0-0. Could be the second Nandalai Catholic School player that will be escorted outside. The medics been kept busy throughout this afternoon. Just watch this. The rushing defense come in. It went high. Lucky for that player, there's no yellow card been given. What will Nandalai do from here? They will kick it out. And they'll go have a scrum feed. A scrum feed. This is the first time they've reached this side of the Vatukoula Primary School end of the ground. At number 15 for Vatukoula, Savenadam Bakani, Nandalai. 2 players coming to form that track. Nicely plays back, and the player waiting. They decided to go on his own. And they lost it. Nandalai lost that. Some of these boys are really going to tell all of their friends on Monday how they played in this Vatukoula under 10 sevens final. That player was already looking at the opposite number coming in, could not hold on onto the ball. It's now with the Vatukoula Primary School. That defense. It's been entertaining for that crowd itself. The number Timothy Kenatale then offloads. He looks for the support. It's there from the player of Perry White. They set it up again. On to Steveni Dawilangi then Butters. They lift him back with the tackle of the Nandalai boys. That now Vatukoula Primary School. Watilei Mode. He goes ahead just a few meters away from touchline. At halftime, Timothy Kenatale digs deep onto Watilei Mode. He's been listed as a prop in this game to Sitiveni Dawilangi. He goes ahead. Dawilangi places the ball nicely. They form the ruck to Timothy Kenatale. Flick over to Rambuka Nevalulevu. Nevalulevu, few meters. They're gaining territory, the Vatukoula Primary School. Timothy go backwards to the oncoming traffic. Timothy Kenatale setting up his player. That in number 14 is calling the shots for this Vatukoula Primary School. But Nantele kicks it away. When they took over, they kick it away. The tackle was already coming in from Levi Sikonindali before actually the Nandele boy got that ball, and the referee said, come back, come back, come back. It's a penalty. It's a penalty. They continue playing, but it's halftime with both sides. Nandele Primary School and Vatukoula Primary School from within here in Vatukoula playing to a 0-0 draw. They will continue with that penalty. Nandele. The defense coming in. They're trying to turn this one over. Then the referee awarded the penalty now to Vatukoula Primary School. It's within the name of development of rugby here in the gold mining that they've decided to have this under 10 tournaments playing. Usaya Ngonevuka then leads the attack for the Vatukoula Primary School. Or to Timothy Kenatale, they go out wide. But the defense from Nandele Catholic covering that very well, and both sides are still locked at 0-0. Nandele Primary School 0 and Vatukoula also yet to score. Nandele Primary School, they're playing without a jersey number. That really makes it very difficult when you're doing rugby commentary. But they're here in the final. Just watch that boy. Under 10, they said the pajama he's wearing nearly up to his knee. Perry White comes out with that ball. The Vatukoula side, they will want to score first in this half. Neither of the side. That was not meant for that small boy, as he's been bundled out of touch. The crowd enjoying it right here in Vatukoula. They know the two teams here. Most of these students are playing here are known to the local community here in Vatukoula. And that boy was not meant for that Samisoni Navokai. Look at the offloading pass. He intercepted the same pass from his player, but he was bundled outside. And now with Nandele Catholic School. The defense from Vatukoula holding them. The referee now calling in the players. It's like out-call that player who he will call in. That's a close call. They'll need the medical attention. Oh, that's a heavy tackle. Without the ball, and another smashing one from Vatukoula Primary School. Vatukoula have been giving out some smashing tackle in this game. And watch this boy, like he's at home enjoying himself. Not interested at all what's happening here. Have time to tuck in this competition. But come Monday, the student will talk about that in their school that they played in that final. Looks like a master also has come in to ask the student whether he can continue playing. Nandele with a penalty. A game that has not lived up to the expectation of many because of these players. They know each other well. Then Nandele, they kick it out. They'll have a scrum, the best attacking opportunity they've had in this game. Kawekini Nambingi. They're moving the team in before they'll set the scrum. Nandele, straight from the back. The young playmaker tried to go on his own, but the Vatukoula defense hold him out. They set up the ruck, waiting for that boy. He's have time to tuck in. He has faced the full consequence. He runs away from the ball. Decided not to place it down and run away from it. The size a bit different. Vatukoula have the advantage of the size. And what's then? And Nandele does not have that luxury or the advantage that Vatukoula Primary has. Vatukoula, they'll kick this one out. They'll hope that they'll set up a scrum before they'll try to go over to win this under 10 final. Just watch the replay. Watch this boy running away. Then comes the tackle. Off to the ground. Forgot about the ball. And decided to run away from the ball. Well, now Vatukoula Primary. They offload out wide. They've made some changes. Vatukoula Primary. This could be the try they're waiting for, but the Nandele cover defense comes in and crosses him off from the try line. Still, Vatukoula Primary on attack. Just 7 meters away from the try line, the Vatukoula side. A try here could seal them off. Savenathan Mbakani. Mbakani feeds that ball in. Still Mbakani. He was not held in that tackle. He wants to go all the way. Forgot about the rest of his player. Now the setup, just a few meters away from the try line. Vatukoula Primary School. Straight into the defense of Nandele. They hold him up again. Now, he tried to fend off the player before he will try to go on his own. Have the opportunity, but that's a knock-on. That's a knock-on and scrum feed to Nandele. That's the end of this under 10 final. Don't know the decision. What will be the decision they'll take in here? Whether they'll decide to end this final in a draw. Neither of the two sides have scored. Vatukoula Primary nil, and Nandele also has not scored. What they will do, the Kachu Rugby rule says that they'll take a kick at goal. It's compared to soccer, it's nearly the penalty shootout. That's what the Kachu Rugby rules says, that they'll have to go for the kick at goal. The only difference in soccer, you'll have a goalkeeper. With this one, the touch judge will be there waiting to wave the flag when the kick is taken. The whole crowd moves. They'll opting for that. They have to go for the kick for goal. It's nearly compared to soccer. It's a penalty shootout. The only difference in soccer, you'll have a goalkeeper. This one, it has to go over to be counted. They move across the under 10 to take that penalty shootout, while the under 13 finals have come in. The under 13 final, Vatukoula Covenant School playing Tavua District School, the neighbors. As we keep our attention on the under 10 finals, who will have the first sorted goal. That boy like trying to take the convention of a try underneath the upright. Vatukoula, they will have to kick first. Don't have the numbers of the player. He missed. So Vatukoula Primary School have missed from their first kick, and now they will wait. Then Covenant. The under 13 grades, they're waiting for that game to be completed, the finals of the under 10, before they will start with their game. Away goes Vatukoula Primary from that spot. Then Vatukoula again have converted. All of the Vatukoula players will have to take the sorted goal. Again, the flag goes up. Vatukoula are celebrating. The pressure is now on the Covenant team. And Vatukoula, from that, they are the winners, Vatukoula. As we move our attention to the under-13 finals, the finals between Vatukoula Covenant School and the Tavua District School. Tavua just close, and Vatukoula, the two neighbors. Tavua District playing in pink. Allowed to bounce from Vatukoula. Vatukoula defending. That's a knock-on from the Vatukoula boys. Vatukoula Covenant School. Vatukoula and Tavua District. Vatukoula Covenant School in JC number 6. That's Apenai Rayawa. Apenai Rayawa in JC number 6. One of the two locks with Penivuki at number 8. The halfback, the smallest of them all, Ilyasi Risokula. Tavua District, will try to score first. Ball comes into that great defense. The great defense from Tavua District on the Vatukoula Covenant School. Sakiusa Relau, nowhere to go as the Tavua defense, so hold on. Ilyaseri Lekima Nasamila decided to put it on the boot, and he got that. And Vatukoula will go over for the first try. The player of Lekima Nasamila, the captain, and the first 5'8" for Vatukoula going over for the first try. So Vatukoula, what's that? Chip kick. Then he followed it up. The ball was allowed to bounce from Tavua District. And away goes the player of Lekima Nasamila. They will have to go to take the kick at goal. And the same player, Lekima Nasamila. He missed that kick. So Vatukoula Covenant 5 and Tavua District yet to score. Vatukoula to restart. Tavua District with the ball. What will Tavua District come up with? The neighbors Vatukoula, they will want to win this. This is their own tournament. It's at home. To the try scorer of Lekima Nasamila. He's been brought down by the Tavua defense. Straight into Vilikafoa. Names familiar. Apenai Reawa. Out to Sakiusa Reilau. Then the number 8 of Lino Naidoi got smashed in a big tackle from Tavua District. Tavua, they are now quick blind pass, but Vatukoula covering well and holding on well. It's still Tavua District. They're hungry, they want to try. That was supposed to be released, but it's now the Sakiusa Reilau. He's been bundled out of touch. He's already on touch, according to the touch judge. The heavy tackle comes in, but it's already on touch. That's the referee calling them back. Just watch Ilyaseri Sokula when offloads to Sakiusa Reilau. Step, he was not out. That camera shot shows that he was not that out. Sakiusa Reilau. one of the prop for the Vatukoula Covenant School. Now it's with Covenant to Tavua District, Tavua. Then they move it wide. The intercept from Sakiusa Reilau. He was unfortunate. The intercept didn't connect well to his hand. He was coming in a speed of 100, but was unlucky not to be given. Tavua District, what they will do from here. Tavua, they offload. Great defense from Vatukoula, the two neighboring school, playing in the Vatukoula Gold Mining Sevens in the under-13 final. Great defense so far from the Vatukoula boys. He looks, survey his option, look for his runner, then comes in. The Huta goes for halftime in this under-13 final with the Vatukoula Covenant leading Tavua District 5 points to 0. The support coming in, but that player knocks that ball forward, so the referee will call for the halftime. What will the referee decided that he still has time? Said that Vatukoula didn't release the player on attack. Tavua coming straight up with them. They set up a few meters away from the trail line, didn't release that Tavua District player. The jersey number is Ovini Nakautonga of Vatukoula. Tevita Ravato is the other props in the Tavua District School. And Ilyasiri Sokula booted it out for halftime break with the Vatukoula Covenant leading Tavua District 5 points to 0. It's 5 minutes each half in these under-13 finals. That's a happy face of what the Vatukoula Sevens can offer. Can see it in your screen. Ready for the kickoff of the second half. Vatukoula Covenant to kick off. Vatukoula to kick off in this one. Now Tavua District, they try to do their own. The referee's hand is up for a penalty. Sosateki Rasolo of Tavua District to kick it out. Fine touch. The name Yangara printed in the Tavua District jumper. Mosese November to put it in for Tavua District. Can see the players of Tevita Ravato, Chonetani Muria, Mosese November, and Sosateki Rasolo. Chonetani Muria then offloads. Straight up they go. They form just outside of the referee's hand is out. That's another penalty to Tavua District. Alipate Tambutadi then goes ahead. Alipate just few meters. They're gaining meters. The Tavua District, they're looking for the equalizing try. Josateki Rasolo setting it up for Big Tevita Ravato. He budges in, take few of the Tavua players, the Vatukoula players with him, Ovini Nakautonga. Tavua building momentum into this game. He knocks that forward, but penalty still on the Tavua. Tavua, they take a quick one. Vatukoula come back with a great defense. Ovini Nakautonga budges in. Take 3 Vatukoula players with him. That's Tevita Ravato. Has been used in this game a lot. for his bulging runs. Ovinina Kautonga, the forwards building up the momentum for Tavua District. What the referee said, you run into your own man. Let's go for a scrum. Let's go for a scrum. Sisambevu and Chonetani Muria are at lock for the Vatukoula Covenant, leading Tavua District 5 points to nil. A long one. That's Lekimana Samila who scored that try. Josateki Rasolo. Chonetani Muria set it up. Tavua District. That's Sisambevu. Tries to go on his own. Sisa been taken short. Paula Thembembula onto Chonetani Muria. They have to follow onto Josateki Rasolo. Rasolo to Alipati Tambutadi. Alipate then set that up for the Tavua side. On to Ovinina Kautonga. He has been used a lot in this game. That should be a penalty. But referee continuing playing. Tavua District, they offload. They'll try to set it up again. They will go for a scrum. They'll go for a scrum in this game. Vatukoula Covenant leading Tavua District 5 points to nil. To feed it in is Lino Naidoi of Vatukoula Covenant School. Is closely watched by Moses November. A long one from Lekima Nasamila. He'll try to put the pressure on Tavua District to play inside their own half. It's in the under-18 finals that Vatukoula currently leads Tavua District by 5 points to nil. Sisambevu and Chonetani Muria are at lock for Tavua District. The smallest player on the field, Moses November, puts it in. November then waits. He then flicks it over. Tavua District trying to do the own. They try to move up with that kick. Now only Vatukoula Covenant School will have to kick it out. They kick this one out, then they are the winners of the under-18. They have to kick this one out from this scrum, then they have to kick it out to allow the game to come to an end. It's with the player of City Venindenge. City Venindenge has to put this one out and kick it out. But he decided to flick it to his captain, Lemeki Nasima, and they celebrate. The celebration started already for Vatukoula Covenant. They are the winner of the under-18 after beating neighbors Tavua District 5 points to nil.
With the age grade final out of the way, we welcome you back to our coverage here at Theatre Park. Brought to you live only by Fiji Television's free-to-air channel, Fiji One. It's great having you here this far. The weather has really certainly come down here, but the heat is about to grow up even higher. It's the women's final now. Later the bowl, the plate, then the cup final. This is the Seahawks in this final, led out by Eleanor Kunatumba. We'll pick her out later, but there she is. She's in the middle. She's in number 21. So it's Seahawks, Maris Seahawks Blues on your right. I got a face on Maris Seahawks Reds on your left. And the referee for this game is a player from Tavua, Lysa. So it's 7 minutes each way. Only the cup final is 7 minutes. But I tell you, if you think men's rugby competition 70 is something, watch this. So Eleanor Kunatumbu, who's also the coach of the Fijiana Sevens team, will signal the final of the women's competition. And it's a long, long kick for Atasa Seru. She's one of the stars. She was last weekend. So Akisi Taomba picked up here. Here's one of the speedsters. She's a trouble on this one. And it's Mari Seahawks Red who's tries to break away Elena as they go over to halfway, but only to pull it way back now. Now, majority of these players, they're gold medalists from the Pacific Games victory in New Caledonia. So that's how experienced this team is. Lavini and Dinavuso. Goes backwards. Pulled up now. Everyone will try to look to Atasa Seru. That's the speedster who knows how to rip shreds with her opponents, just like we saw Tamari Sevens last week. And here she is again. Atasa Seru, but it's knocked forward and Anna Maria picks it up. Here's the other speedster from the other team. But there was Ella Marama. Here she is, Atasa Seru. Well, isn't she a force to reckon with? Such a great example for women's rugby. And she's definitely put women's rugby right up there. So the first scrum of this final right at halfway. And it's in number 9. That's Anna Maria. She's going to feed in. Now, she was one of the leading try scorers at last September's Pacific Games when Fiji threshed Samoa in the final, take the gold medal. Eleanor Kunatumba brings it up. Here's the other speedster. Takes on Atasa Seru out on the corner, but Atasa Seru throws her out. And that's great defense. It was Rusila Tamoe in number 18 for the Blues who took on Atasa Seru. Now, that could be the matchup of this game. Sorema Damuni throws at the back. There's no jumpers there, but it's gone back on Mariana Uleviti. Anna Marie. Maria is again. She broke out the last time. Leo Manu Mothe. And they turn around, look for an intercept. Here she is again. But Anna Maria, here's the speedster who knows how to run around her opponents as they link it up very quickly. Now they do the midfield. Here's the Blues. Marioni Oleviti from the Pacific Games. That's the experience of winning gold medal. And the Mari Seahawks Blues will score first 5-0 in this women's final. Now watch this replay again. But if there's just one factor that they need to consider, the Blues, last weekend at the Mari Sevens, the Blues did the exact same thing. They took the lead, but only for the Reds, led by Eleanor Kunatumba's calmness and wittiness. They came back and won the prize. There she is, Meriona Uluvuti. She hails from Cuba in Tailevu, one of the founding members, veteran players, if you could, of women's sevens rugby here in the country. So 7 points to 0. And Eleanor Kunatumba, it's good to still see her in action as she just tries to get a short restart. You'd only see that from Uwale Mai of Samoa in the RB World 7 Series, but it's fallen short. Kunatumba hails from Nandronga, former Suva Grammar student who's had the passion and drive for development of players, and she's done so well. Anna Maria with a tackle as the Reds take it forward. They turn it around, and now for the more. Akisi Taomba right on the 22 as they turn around for the other speed side. Rusila Nangasau bursts through the middle. Atasa So it's a broken play. Eleanor Kunatumba to Anna Maria. Here's the other speedster. Now, will they stop her from here? They won't. She is way too fast. Well, it's Tamoy actually. It's not Anna Maria, but it's the other speedster. These are the two lethal players that wreak havoc at the Pacific Games in New Caledonia. They run so graceful, so beautiful to watch when they're in motion. Now watch this again. It is from Eleanor Kunatumba's vision from the outside. All she needed was to have the possession, and Rusila Tamoy, she'll get the second try. Long strides. And they're easily into the lead, 12 points to 0. So the conversion from Eleanor Kunatumba. And it's over. So there's the try scorer, Rusila Tamoy. And the Seahawks rugby system has such a great story, inspirational too, if I may. Majority of these lady ruggers, most of them are normally always just converging as at this Nandronga ladies' house. That's Eleanor Kunatumba in Thombati. If you're very familiar in Thombati house, Thombati, it's at the police post at the back where they're normally training all the time, and most of them stay out there under the kindness of Eleanor Kunatumba's family. And that, I must say, is a story that's continued women's rugby to be one of the greatest and formidable forces in women's rugby. Atasa series there, so too Rusila Tamoy and Anna Maria. Down over the 50, and it's going over the top, so it's penalty to the Blues from here. Eleanor Kunatumba and Anna Maria. Anna Maria, she taps it very quickly to Marioni. Very quickly now to Priscilla. And Priscilla is going to go all by herself. Marioni is the only one at the back, but this is even bigger trouble. Anna Maria, what a good tackle, and one more pass to Marioni and Bakindao. And it's try number 3. 19 points to 0. Well, let's just confirm that it's in fact a Marioni Uluviti. She's the try scorer, but he was the breakaway first. It is from number 13, Priscilla Siata. Pass inside to Anna Maria. Shot off the blocks. The tackle from behind from Rusila Nangasau. But one more to Marioni Uluviti. Right place at the right time, and she's gone over for their third try. And the conversion counts 21 points to 0. And there's an exhausted Marioni Uluviti. Well, both these two sides, the Blues and the Reds, are playing without their only overseas player from last weekend's Mari Sevens. She is originally from Germany, but she's staying in Kuwait, and they farewelled her earlier this week, Sandra Arendt. And it was great, as Eleanor Kunatumba said, it is great to have a player coming in from Kuwait and to say that the level of rugby is certainly having a bright future here in Fiji for women's rugby. So the crowd stays very silent here. It's the first time that women's rugby is being played here at Theodore Park in Vatukoula. And majority of these spectators out here, they've only seen the likes of Anna Maria or Rusila Tamoy on television, likely either at the Pacific Games or last weekend. So it's very new for a lot of spectators here to see women running around in rugby boots and scoring tries just like the men. And here comes Reds. Anna Maria is the chaser in number 9 for the Blues. Pass back inside, and this is a very tough customer here, right here. She's one of the fastest players. Rusila Nangasau will turn the favor over, and they score the try there also. So it's 21 points to 5. Look at this. The build-up was good. The momentum even better. The try, the finish, well, it was easy as Anna Maria tried to chase on. One more pass inside. The one-handed receive from Rusila Nangasau. She just galloped away underneath the sticks, and she's done that so well. So many times we've seen her, and she's remained under the Mari Seahawks banner for so many years now. So the conversion is over. 21 points to 7. Rusila Nangasau. Also one of the returning players when the first ever Fiji women's rugby team back in 2007 toured Samoa for the inaugural Foru women's competition. That's a Foru, Fiji, the Federation of Oceania Rugby Union. And it was that year that Rusila Nangasau So to Eleanor Kunatumba and company, they played in a historic test match against Thomasina of Samoa and also the Tongan team. Marioni, Atasa is a tackle, but here comes Marioni. The chaser is Atasa, and she's going to get it back from behind. Marioni, Uliviti, but they are backpedaling now, the Blues. Elena Taumba looks for Anna Maria. Here's the speedster. Maria to the other speedster, Tamoi. Rusila, and she puts on the gas. This is trouble. The inside pass, good hands from Anna Maria. Only Atasa at the back, so it's two speedsters by themselves. A bit of hesitation from Anna Maria, but she stepped back inside and left Atasa Seri in her wake. And Anna Maria will go over for their fourth try. 26 points to 5, but look at this. Anna Maria, the build-up, the step inside. And she'll go over for their fourth try and the final try in this second half. So the conversion goes over. And it's 28 points to 5. That's 27 points to 5 at halftime. That's 28. That's 4 converted tries. And that's a very, very, very confident lead from the Maris Seahawks Blues. So the scores should in fact be 28 points to 5. The conversion had missed from Maris Seahawks Reds. So Rusila Nangasao is going to restart the second half here as Meroni Uliviti brings it forward. Now here's the breakaway from halfway, but Anna Maria was a little bit confused, and well, what a strong start yet again from the Blues. And Priscilla Siata, she had broken away from halfway. There's no chases from the Reds. So it's an easy try underneath the sticks. And that's try number 5. So that's taking their tally up to 33 points to 5. Look at that. The dummy inside was Anna Maria. And a stroll over from Priscilla Siata. So the conversion counts 35 points to 5. The Maris Seahawks Blues over the Reds. The Blues will not get the restart that they would have hoped for. So it's the Reds who's going to take a quick tap. Rusila Nangasao. It's come backwards again. Rudy Vueti, here's the captain of the team. Left it behind. Senada Tuena. Right on halfway. And the captain Vueti, she will play again at halfback for their first receiver right there from Casanita Maria. And now they will run the ball. That's better from them. That is much more like it from the Reds. They're still a long way away, but that's going to count for something. But they're still behind 35-10. Now here's the pass. Here's the replay again. It's Rossi Kimberley. And a strong breakaway. Very strong breakaway. Very promising. One of the new players in the development of women's rugby. So the conversion counts 35 points to 12. The Reds are still 23 points behind. So that's about 3 converted tries. And that's still a long way away. So the winner of this final here for the women's competition, the biggest prize money and the richest so far offered, the The women's and the winner will take away $1,000. The runner-up will win $750. Nangasao will get a high restart. That's much better. A solid beneath it is Buondromo. Anna Maria steps in. Marioni, back pass. That's a fancy one. They have that luxury, really. Ella. Raw Ella commits herself to 2 tacklers. And the Reds are trying to hold her up, but it's a penalty as the tackle is a bit too high and taken very quickly, Ella. So they run it on the outside. Here comes the Blues looking for another try from Ella. And a big tackle from our opposite number. In number 12, Rusila Nangasao. So coming in from the side, that's the penalty call. Quick tap there from Ella as it's run quickly, and the dummy is sold from Priscilla Siata, and she's going to stroll over for their 6th try of this final. That's going to take their tally up to 40 points to 12. The Blues so far already having one hand on the $1,000 check. Conversion is over and it's 42 points to 12 with still 4 minutes remaining in this women's final. So quick restart again. Rusila at the back, Nangasao, but she's left it. So there's 2 teams, both out of this Amaris Seahawks rugby system. And if you're wondering where these women's teams train, they train at Maris Brothers High School every afternoon. Here's one of their star players, Atasasero. Look at the way she runs. So graceful. That's poetry in motion right there. Look at the commitment in her face. She's least bothered at all by those who don't appreciate women's rugby here. She just glides on over and scores the Reds' 3rd try. So that's 42 points to 17. But look at the break from halfway. She's going to go over. So the Mari Seahawks team, they know each other very well inside out. They train together every afternoon at the Maris Brothers High School. Every time you pass by in Flagstaff as the conversion goes over. 42 points to 19. These are the determined Lady Ruggers that are training every afternoon at Flagstaff. And it's very nice also by the Maris Old Boys to take them under their wings and to assist them in their rugby development. And that's thus the reason why they call Maris Seahawks Blues and Maris Seahawks Red. But no bigger supporter than Eleanor Kunatumba's mum and also his brother Esava, who's listening in right now on Fiji One. Surely must be beside their grog bowl at their house in Dombati on the back porch where they farewelled Sandra Arendt earlier this week. So the Blues will try and work one more try as time runs out, and Rusila Nangasao is very commitful in the tackles. Roella, one more pass on the outside, and it's going to be a scrum down. 42 points to 19. So the scoreline way off the mark now for Seahawks Reds. It's still a long way off. Scrum feed in. Casanita brings it back to halfway. Rusila is at first receiver. Here's one of the hard-running player. Anna Maria gets her from behind. She looks to a support. And there's Tuena. Got from behind from Marioni. And it's a penalty. Going in from the top and taken very quickly by the Reds. One more try here. Would be a late flourish. Atasasero is free on the outside, but they've knocked it on. Offside call from the referee. Right in front of the sticks. Rusila Nangasao, she's clearly exhausted also. So they Overhead pass. It's an intercept to Marioni Uliviti. Anna Maria, this is the worst person they could ever get the ball to. Look at that. The speed. Only the referee could catch her in this moment. So that would be their 7th try of the game, taking their tally up to 47 points to 19. What a big run here. Now look at Marioni Uliviti. Then Anna Maria, the one-handed receive. Now Haniata Matanatambu. Alaniata Matanatambu couldn't try so much just to watch as she drove away. And the conversion counts, it's 49 points to 19. That's a big margin right now. So into the final few stages now. And Blues will just get a restart right on the 10 and it falls short. So it's a free kick now. So with that, the hooter sounds. The referee says, we're going to take one last play as he takes a look at his watch. That's the full-time hooter. So the Reds, Lavini and Dinavuso, she tries her best. But it's going to end there. And at that, the referee, as Atasa Seru, walks away number 8. What a great display of rugby for women's rugby here. It's been a great moment. But at the end of that, it's against and Murray Seahawks all-affair final. Murray Seahawks Blues defeating Murray Seahawks Red 49 points to 19. And it's Murray Seahawks Blues who's going to win the $1,000 first prize money.
Wonderblue. It's in the plate final what we are waiting for. Wardens up against the Wunder Blue side. That's the Prison and Correctional Services Commissioner Ifreimi Vasu supporting his side here in the other park in Vatukoula. They're playing without the likes of Chochi Rangamati, Ilaitinai, Apisai Nayambo, and Levani Mbotea, Setefano Dakau are the key players who are not featuring here, led by Sisa Vosaki, who is one of the key players in this side, and they will be out to try and win the $1,700 in here for the main prize. $1,100 the prize for the winner in the plate competition, $750 for the runner-ups. Wardens from Suva, in likes of Sisa Vosaki, Marika Vere, Aporosangata, Se Misi Muakalo, Leonai Kaso, Uraya Ratu, Nico Verekauta, Neumi Langilangi, Peli Nativa, or Rishi Sareki, and Jim Bali Biumaiwai are in this team. So they have opted for Ratuvo to start in this tune final with Sisa Vosaki in the forwards. Wardens to kick off. A high one hoisted high by Wardens onto Wunda Blue side. The Wardens defense of Chimilai cross up. They still within the striking distance. Wunda Blues beat Hydro in one of the plate semi-final, while Wardens proved too strong in the second one. Wardens attacking that Sareki inside pass. Try to Chimilai Mbumayawai to Sisavosaki. They're looking for the switch pass. They find the player of Leone Castle. Set up Sareki. Then Sisavosaki, like he has done many times, straightening it up onto Sareki again. On to Naituivau. Didn't find Naituivau. Semisi Mwakalo chasing after the ball now. Mwakalo, one of the experienced player in this Wardens lineup. Sareki. Then to Naituivau. Then feeds it in. On to Sisavosaki now. They're playing without Nico Verekauta. They've decided to start with Sareki in this one. Coach Timothy Wainingolo has decided to start with the player that he has in the team. The caught shot, knocked backward. Sisa will go in for that first try for Wardens. First try for Wardens, a simple move. The support was there and the crossover for that try. The captain himself, Sisavosaki. Naomi Langi, then the inside pass. He was caught. He offloads, then sees up one hand pickup, and over he goes. Conversion miss. Wardens leading Wunda Blues 5 points to nil. $1,100 is what Wardens is chasing after in this final. The loser will go home with $850, while the losing semi-finalists have returned home with $700. Leo Naikaso to kick it off. Wardens kicking deep into the Wunda Blues. They'll have to come back, and Wunda Blues will have to start this game at halfway. The kickoff a bit longer. A mistake from the kickoff from Wardens resulted in Wunda Blues starting this game at halfway. The Warden side, one of the top club that won the Coral Coast, they walk away also with the Uprising Sevens, the Nreketi and Wunda Sevens. Wunda then spread it wide. The famous village of Ephraim Rawanga from VCC in Wunda. They look for that support. The defense closes up from Orisi Soreki. They move it out wide. Wunda, they're taking the defense of Chimila and Mbumayawai on. Sisa then comes in. The support balls, they kick it ahead, falling back for Wunda Blues. The referee said that use your hand in that move. Wunda Blue, what they have in store for us. Chimilai didn't connect to his tackler, but Warden stands it over. Nice bit of play from Wardens. Naomi Langi onto Orisi Sareki to Sisavosaki. Orisi doubling up. The defense closes on Orisi Sareki. Still Orisi. Sisa, a close one. They're using the width of the field, the Warden's team. The advantage been played by the referee. The late tackle coming in, what the referee will decide. Is he digging into his pocket? No. Just a warning. Then Chimilai, quick tap. Sisa, Vosaki. To Naomi, to Orisi. They Semisi Mwakalo outside him, but decided to come back. Now they lose Semisi, who's out wide. Semisi will go over for the Warden's second try, and he crossed over to increase Warden's lead to 10 points to nil. So simple from Wardens, but so accurate. It's what they have been doing in their past wins. But most of these players in the starting lineup were not there in that win. The likes of Sisa Vosaki, Kameli Ratuvo, or Risi Sareki. Nice try to Semisi Mwakalo. Conversion coming in and it missed. So Wardens leading 10 points to nil. Wardens leading Wunda Blues here 10 points to nil. Wardens coached by Timothy Wainingolo, best remembered for scoring that famous try in Fiji's 3-year in a row win in Hong Kong. Wunda Blues, what they will do. This is the first time that Wunda Blues really have had a go at this Wardens team. They have the overlap, but up against one of the fastest men, Orisi Sareki. Mwakalo closes in, then Timothy Biomaiwai. They're moving in. The numbers favoring Wunda, but the drifting defense from Wardens of Sisavosaki. Wunda Blues digging in. Then a nice break from Wunda Blue. The support on the left. Will he go on his own? He will use his support. Then again, Wunda Blues knocks it backward. The referee said, play on. They run into trouble again, the Wunda team. Nice bit of play, the Wunda Blue side, but Wardens holding their ground just a few meters away from their try line. Wunda Blues, they fired it out just a few meters from the try line. The referee's hand is up. He's allowed that as a try. We'll have to watch a replay whether he did grounded that ball. Just watch the floating pass coming in, and he was going in. Did the referee has awarded that try? Give him the benefit of the doubt that he has scored that try. So at halftime, Warden still leading by 10, and a conversion to come, and also missed. So 10 points to 5. Wardens leading Wunda Blues. Wardens leading Wunda Blues 10 points to 5. The other final been played in round 2. That's the bowl final played between Hideaway Hurricanes and the Navy side from Suva. First time in Timothy Wainingolo escorting his players in to come in and give his bit of speech into his boys. What will be Wainingolo's message at halftime? There's Nico Verekauta. Wainingolo then comes in. He's unfortunate not to have the services of his top players, Wainingolo. In the Richest tournament in Fiji, he has walked away with the Coral Coast. He has walked away with the Uprising, the Wunda 7, and also the Nriketi. Unfortunate for this one, he does not have the luxury of his player as the trainer Max Hughes hoists his hand high. The calling for unity in that Wardens team. The main final later this afternoon, it will be between Police coached by Manasambari and Westfield from Nandi. Police will have to go to the final this afternoon with the favorite tag, Sailosi Rambo. Some of the players that were not there last week, they are in this week. And now Wunda Blue to kick off in this final. They will also want to win it for the Police brass band and dance band that has been here performing and entertaining the Vatukoula crowd throughout today. It's part of police community hoisted high in the air. Sisa then feeds it in. Sisa knocks that one in, and a penalty. He was in front of the ball and he caught into that ball. Wunda Blues go in. The tackle comes in from the Wardens team. They were not back 10. The referee again for Wunder Blues to go on the attack. What will Wunder Blue do from here? Chimilai missed the tackle, but Wunder Blues, they have an overlap. Sareki, great defense from Maurice Sareki, forcing that Wunder Blue player to knock the ball forward. Great defense shown by Maurice Sareki in forcing that knock on. Now they've sent in Naitibau and Nico Verekauta. Just watch. That's commitment to the tackle made by Orisi Sareki. So Sareki and Langi will go out, and it will be Naitibau and Nico Verekauta. Verekauta was shown the red card in the semi-final, but appeared before the disciplinary committee. They gave him the green light to go ahead and play it in this final. Wardens defending very hard. They're holding the Wunder Blues up, and they are awarded with a scrum. It's Nico Verekauta and Epelin Naitibau who have come in and tried to add some speed into this team. Chimilai will be at a fly half. A try for Wardens could edge them close to winning the $1,100 here for the plate winners. Wardens leading Wunder by 10 points to 5. Wunder, they still much in this game. Depends on how well they can strike it together, the Wunder Blues. But referee said you're holding on for too long and awarded the penalty to the Warden side. Captain Sisavosaki moves Simbisi Mwakalo rather. Sent Chimilai to his right, Naitubau onto his left. Verekauta is on the far side. If he hands it out, then he could have gone in for that try. That's Nico Verekauta. Verekauta will go over for the easy try. Nico Verekauta, he will go over for that try and increasing the Warden side tally to 15 points to 5. He was shown the yellow card in the semi-final, but appeared before the disciplinary committee where they have allowed him to play in the final. So that's why he is in the final and cross over for that crucial try. That could be what Wardens are after in this game. Nico Verekauta, the Pacific Games champion in his days. They're waiting for Chimilai Mbiomaiwai. Chimilai add that, and Wardens are now ahead by 17 points to 5. Wardens ahead by 17 points to 5. A high one, Sisa again, leading by example as a captain. Committed himself with Muakalo also. Again, they won. The assistant referee rather comes in. What will be his call? Asking the two team and waiting for the referee. He's calling up Simisi Muakalo. Keep it low. Semisi to keep that low. Wunda then move it. They have not really found the rhythm in this game, Wunda. The Wardens team, the defense been solid so far in this game. It's one of the highlight of their game, the Wardens, that they really defended well. Wunda Blues looking for somewhere to go, but there's nowhere. Again, the setup from Wunda Blues, bouncing of the rugby ball at times will be cruel. Vunda. So a step to the left. Has he knocked that on? The kick and chase. No, that's Nico. Again, Vunda blue. They bring this one, Vunda. The cover defense coming in from the prison, the Warden's team. That's the extra overlap. Does he have the legs to go all the way? No. The Warden's defense cut him off. They're keeping the pace on. Sisa then comes in and closes on this other player. The referee then is out. What will Vunda Blue do from here? Great tackle from the Warden's team. Referee going back to where the penalty was given, giving it to Vunda Blue. They are down by 17 points to 5. Vunda then comes into the field of play. Nico Vericota try to push that Vunda player off. Vunda then decided that they will move it out wide. The Warden's defense comes in and shut him down. They won a penalty from Captain Sisa Vosaki. Great leadership shown by him in the absence of Absai Nayambo, also in the absence of Levani Botea and Setefano Dakau. And Wardens are the plate champion of the Vatukoula 7, beating Vunda 17 points to 5.
It's the game everyone have waited here for. And we welcome you if you've just joined us live with this coverage at Theodore Park, the Vatukoula Sevens. If you've just tuned in, we're trying to just hit the 6 p.m. news just in time at the top of the hour. But if we don't, still hang around with us. The 6 p.m. news will follow directly after this live coverage. Sakana sa ada. Nero Windrikit, etu ni namba Manueli Langay, Sailosi Rambanagida, and also that man. Those are just a few players with City Veniwanga now tasked for the next 20 minutes to lead their team. But there is that man, number 2. Everyone has known him here. He hails from Votuamba and he goes by the name of Pio Tuai. He's just become a sensation over the last 2 days. So this cup final, apart from the other 5 finals, will be 10 minutes each way. And the referee for this game is Kaveni Taleme Vavalangi. As he signals for the final, he's in the middle. Sakana Saada preparing as Kaveni Talame Vavalangi. Make sure everything is all set to go. $40,000 with a chance to be bagged and walked away, tucked away at the final this afternoon. And Kaveni Talame Vavalangi will signal the 2012 Vatukoula Sevens Cup final, the biggest ever prize money at $40,000. Westfield, they've been a team that has surely shocked a lot of bookies and coming through to cause a lot of upsets. Likely in the semi-final they defeated Owemanu. That was just the start of it. They're a team that starts off very strong, and here they come again. Westfield, Ratumeli Kurisaru inside of the 22. Well, it's ripped away by police, but it's a penalty. So they played very quickly. Westfield, they haven't waited for police to reset. Penning Onimeka is on defense. Westfield is swinging down towards the short side. Sitiveni Wanga in company with Sakanasa Ada on defense. But here comes Pia Tuai, just like he's done on the RB World 7 Series. Oh, that's so close. That is so close. You just have to watch that on replay to see the quick reflex of that man in number 2, Pia Tuai. I wouldn't be surprised if he was once in the circus. Now watch this pass. Watch this step on the left. Bang. The turn around, the swing. And then the back pass. There you go. That's priceless. And it's a good call from Kavini Talame Vabalang. It, in fact, was knocked on. So it's a scrum down. So police from deep inside the territory, Penning on Imeki will have to do the sensible thing and just kick it out into touch. So, and the referees brought them back for a penalty. There's the referee, Talame Vavalangi, hails from Kandavu. And this man from Wanganake Rewa. Surely everyone must be tuned in right now, pinned into the screens, and the village of Wanganake, just outside Lami town. Nganumeke, he was plucked to the police academy after starring for Red Rock last year. They won right here. Nganumeke was a champion here, but in different colors last year. He played for Red Rock, and he dishes out the instructions. So, sun in their face, Siti Wanga will throw in. Wanga, Sakinasa Ada, and also Kumbu. And Ada will jump up. Well, it's not the best pass, it's too high. Follows it on. And here comes the underdogs who've done so much in this tournament. Police hold them short right there. But it's played advantage for police right in front of the sticks. Well, that was another close call. Second time it's knocked on, and it's police on the defensive end. Now watch this throw again. It went crooked, and Piutuai allowed his back line in full motion as they burst away before they were held up by a very, very good tackle right in front of the line. So it's scrum feeding from Weselendau right inside the pocket. Peningoni is right beside him, so they'll try and play short on the short side as Weselendau comes out from the pocket. Dau Ngonumeke forms the ruck with Wanga is at halfback. Rambanangitha, Ada. Sunia Kumbu, he's got a very good step as Ada follows up the support to take it down on the 22. Rambanangitha is at halfback, and here's the counter ruck. And the penalty goes to Westfield. So taken very quickly. Guess who? It's Piutuai. He's marshalling the players. He knows how to play finals rugby. He's a winner already. And they break through again. There's the opening try from Westfield. I'm not so surprised. But what a positive start from them. They certainly shot off the blocks. And they're going to get the opening try of this cup final, 5-0. So here's the step again. 1-2 when they went past Sunia Kumbu, Sitiveni Wanga. And, well, everyone there practically, except the referee. And they went over for the try. So there's the try scorer with the conversion to come now. 5-0. And the conversion is just easily tucked over. So it's, as you could call them, the underdogs lead Westfield leading police 7-0. Certainly the sun has gone down and it's nice and cool, calm conditions here. It's a perfect conditions to play finals rugby. Sakinasa Ada for police underneath it. Or rather that was Sailosi Rambanangitha. And it's knocked forward once again, possession for Westfield. Well, police came through Ratu Felice. They played a very strong game and they pretty much walloped Ratu Felice on their way to the final. Whereas Westfield really had to try hard against Waimanu to win. So, in essence of that fact, wonder if police, a bit of fire was taken out in their easy victory against Ratu Felice. Westfield, the loop around, and a judo tackle from police. Weselendau, he's right there with Westfield still tussling for the ball, and it's knocked forward. Navitalai Tuilawa. Now the Westfield team hails from the village of Saunaka in Nandi. So, Bulavinaka to everyone tuning in also from the west in this coverage on Fiji 1. Dau Fijin Ngoni over to the inside, and Sunia Kumbu has got a very good step as he brings it back into the traffic. It's a loose ball play again. Ngoni Meke doubled up on the outside. He is again. As he tries to step, and he's going to take on a few players back towards the inside. Wanga back inside to Sunia Kumbu. Here comes police. They've conceded one try already right on the 22 as City Vatukoula just steadies the ship for the halfback to come in. And they swing it very quickly. Onumeke. Tundau, overlapping pass to Sakanasa Other. It's just a one-on-one now. Sakanasa Other pushes aside the last defense. And he'll go over for the try. Well, let's see what the call was there. Just a tad bit confusion from the officials. Well, the try is, in fact, it is given. Although there was a comment from the assistant referee, but Weselendau did well. He sold the dummy and then he did the overlapping pass. Sakinasa Ada out of Leline Memorial School, and he's gone over for a very important try. He is the man who hails from Naivudini in Naitasiri. So it's pending on Umeke with an all-important conversion to tie up the scores. Well, the distance was fine, just the angle. So they've come back to score a try, 7 points to 5, with a conversion miss. They trail. They Sakanasa Ada. He's a secondary school's Dean's Rugby winner out of Leline Memorial School in 2007. And since then he's grown and really matured as a player. So pending on Umeke, police showing that they're still very much in this game. And there is another high restart. That's signature of Ngonumeke. City Vatukoula chases. Rambanagida. Sakanasa Ada. He turns it back inside to Ndau, who slows down a bit, steadies, and the chip over the top, but he's gone straight into the wrong hands. He's going to tussle, and it's a penalty not releasing. And that's good read from Ndau, and tapped very quickly from City Vatukoula, and it's a second try. Police moving to the lead after earlier conceding the first try. 10 points to 7. City Vatukoula, now look at the quick tap here. It's all the urgency and the presence of mind. And he went towards the biggest man and stepped towards the inside of the traffic. Pure Tuai wasn't expected it, although at the back of the mind he knew this man, City Vatukoula, would drive at any opportunity that he would get. And pending on Umeke will kick, rather that's Ndau will kick the conversion. Yes, and it's good. So 12 points to 7. Very determined City Vatukoula. After playing at the RB World 7 Series last season, he's become senior player more than ever. So too this man, Penning Onimeke. Another high restart. Always allows time for their forwards underneath it. Pure Tuai, so cool and calm, but he's turned it around. His support is very slow to him. Westfield. Navitalai right on the 10. As they go on the short side, but City Vatukoula and Penning Onimeke shutting them down on the short side. With Westfield, they're moving very quickly, but my word there, the back line is rather flat, if I may. Pure Tuai will try and spark up something here, but he'll need the support that was a little bit slow behind. And the halftime hooter sounds. It's gone by very quickly. And here comes Westfield. They're going to try and answer with one more try before the half. And look at that dice. Beautiful tackle from behind. But Westfield, they want the try just before the halftime break. Penning Onimeke with another try-saving tackle. But Westfield, their players are very slow up to the mark. Pure Tuai will get the pass on. Another tackle from behind. And Westfield, they've only come so close, but yet so far. But police, their defense, they've turned around from a very slow first half. And at halftime, very quickly, they lead 12 points to 7. So it was that last few facets of play. If you could just take a look at that tackle again. It was from number 6 from police. What a tackle from behind. It was an Ori Vundiketi that really saved the day for them. Now watch this again. Look at this breakaway. Weselendau tackled in. Penning Onimeke had gone. So to City Vatukoula. It's number 5. Look at Sakanasa Ada. Now look at the chase. He stayed on his target. Stayed on it. Bang. And that tackle is surely to be remembered at the end of this tournament. And once again, Westfield, they try in the other direction, but police remain so firm. Penning Onimeke, Sakinasa Other, they went left the first time, went left again. Then they opened it up on the right. But watch this. Pure Tuai. This was the last break that could have got them tying up the scores, but it would have been to no avail. Police, they're playing without hard hitter Nemani Nangusa, who was left with the Fiji Sevens team to Hong Kong. So without Nemani Nangusa, still Police showing that they still very much got this. So it's that brother combination in the Police side, Sakinasa Other and his brother Sunia Kumbu. So the two real brothers playing in the same team as they huddle up. Police in blue. There he is, the Black Pearl. On your left, talking to number 9. That's Manasambari. Siti Venuwanga. Sakinasa Other and Sunia Kumbu. But this man, Siti Venuwanga, what a tournament he's had. He's really muscled up in front of uncertainty. He's really held his players, their team, by their hands, and he's marshaled them on. So Penning Onimeke to restart the second half as Kavini Talamiva Balangi takes a look at his watch and he signals that the second half, $40,000 and 10 minutes now stands in the way of both these two teams. So Westfield, there has been a question of how slow their backline has been in the first half, and that's knocked on very early in the second spell. Police won't be any rush at all to fasten this game. So here's the pass again. Unexpected, but it's Police who's moving up off the marks. They're playing outside of their comfort zone and they're playing out of their skins. Well, you really do that when there's $40,000 dangling by a thread. So, on the short side again, Penning Onimeke. We saw him score try here in the quarterfinal, and Penning Onimeke will go over untouched. Police will score the first try of the second half. 17 points to 7. And that is straight out of the set piece book. Now look at this. The feed from West now. Penning Onimeke. He knows how to take on his opponent. He just clicked the heels and he was away. No problem about it. Onimeke, he's having a stellar tournament also. And it's the senior players who's leading up front. It's a proud moment also for everyone in the village of Wenganake, and so too in everyone in the village and settlement of Ngawia in Lami. This is one of their sons. Weiss now, the conversion, it misses, so the scores remain 17-7 with Penning Onimeke and Siti Venuwanga, Weiss now, Ramban and Githa playing like they're supposed to. You can only ask the question, what else has Westfield got to offer in this game? Because it seems like that only Pure Tuai is the one that's trying something extra special, because that's the only way that Westfield will have any chance of hitting back, is pulling something out of the hat. Westfield on the short side takes on the Sakinasa Other. An intentional knock-on. So it'll be a scrum down to Westfield. So what a time for Police to take this opportunity that the big teams are out of contentions. Army have been bundled out of the cup quarters. Wardens bundled out in day one from the pool play. And also Red Rock, they fell short in pool play. It's Police who've shown that they are the more stable, the more firm team in Cup Rugby. Westfield outside of the 22, and Police is tackling with Venom Weiss Ndao, and also a breakaway. Penning Onimeke is doing one on the outside, and now they're going to take it down to Penning Onimeke with a tackle from there, and what a tackle once again. And Sailosi Rambanagida has just paused play. How do you do that? How do you do that? He has just slowed down play and everyone just stood dumbfounded. As it seems like police are now in control of this game. Well, he's not held, so that'll be played on. But here come Westfield. Sakinasa Ada. There's his brother, Sune Kumbu. These are the two brothers, Sakinasa Ada and Sune Kumbu. What a great moment for the Naivudini brothers from the hills in Naitasiri. Westfield. Westfield towards the middle. They pound away. They try and get a try. They'll reply. This will put Westfield from Sonaka in Nandi back in this final. So it's 17 points to 12. They're still very much in striking distance. Weiss now. Here's the culprit here. He was squat napping. And the cover tackle was very slow too. They didn't commit when they're supposed to. Well, as the conversion is about to come, there's an aching sight right now in the middle of the field. Pio Tuwai is needing attention. So the conversion is good. But Pio Tuwai, 17 points to 14. But Pio Tuwai has hit the deck. There is an injured player right now for Westfield. And it's Pio Tuwai. There he is. It's every player's worst fear to be injured, and it's every player's heartbreak to come so far and then to sustain such as that. And it looks like it's a calf muscle. It's a calf muscle. Well, that's great organizing here. You don't have the St. John ambulance, but you have a group of paramedics that have always been coming out. And I've got word that they have all been organized by the Vatukoula gold mine. And look at this again. There he goes, Pio Tuwai. He got the pass off. There you go. Oh! And he buckled up on the knee. He buckled up on the knee. There he goes. He's feeling it. It's his left knee right there. And he can feel that he's pulled it back. He's hurting. And this is a moment that is always very, very sad to see. And surely their coach, for the Westfield coach, Koroikai, and the manager, Namai, will be looking in with worry from the outside. But I think Pio Tuwai's tournament just might be done. Unless, if he gets up, he deserves a round of applause. Well, he's trying his best to get up. But it's very risky. The medics are still going to strap him up. But Pio Tuwai by far has been one player that I must say has really played out of his skin at a time when his players really need him to. And he's still going to get up. And he's going to soldier on. And what a great moment. Listen to that round of applause. He knows the amount of expectations that comes with this job description. So still 17 points to 14. And Westfield are going to get a high restart. Anthony Namba is onto the field of play in number 2 for police. But Westfield are going to play it. So it's a strategic substitution. Siti Venuwanga, their tackle's gone high, so he's playing advantage. Here comes Westfield. With Pio Tuwai back in this game, they still have every chance. But referee was playing advantage. That's a high tackle from Siti Venuwanga, although he left him straight away. And Kavini Talame Vavalangi, that's a good call. He's been one of the most impressive referees for me in this tournament, Kavini Talame Vavalangi. So Pio Tuwai, look at him. He's got a calf strain, but he measures so well. A long pass towards the outside. And here comes Westfield. One draw here is going to put them back into the lead. As the ball goes loose, here comes Sunia Kumbu. But Siti Venuwanga chases with the head straps. And Pio Tuwai's got it. So just a pass over the top. And here's the counter-attack. Anthony Namba with the chase. Westfield over the 50. They've always looked to Pio Tuwai. He's the man in the middle. Has that gone forward? No, it hasn't. Weiss now, the tackler in the middle. But Pio Tuwai, he's become the playmaker. And he's allowed his players to settle. Here comes Westfield. 1 man at the back. The charge down, that's fine. And Penning Onimeke will play because he's charged it down. But very good defense. And that's a very interesting tackle right there. But it's nothing in it. The Westfield player was merely defending himself. Penning on Imeke, although he committed himself to the tackle, just got himself on the wrong side of the thing. But I tell you, he landed very, very awkwardly. And it must have hurt. Now watch this. Penning on Imeke, very good tackler. Watch this again. There you go, bang. It's a judo tackle, head down first, but it's fine. But Penning on Imeke is back on his feet. So Penning on Imeke is back on. Sailosi Rambanangida is being subbed off. So Etonian Namba is onto the field of play, and Pio Tuwai will get the tap just on the 10. So in the final few phases now of this $40,000 final. Just before we cross to the feature one news, here comes Westfield. They're the underdog. Sitiveni Wanga is there, and he cools down the play again. Wanga, so calm and composed, they've had no choice but just to kick it out. And guess who? It's Pio Tuwai. And looks around for the loop around. He loves to play fancy. He has that luxury. Very difficult to find in any other place. And it's still Westfield. They know they have every chance in this final. One more player on the outside. And a loop around. Sitiveni Wanga is just loafing with the head strap for police. But Westfield, if they're doing something right, they're using the entire width of the field. Now they've got an overlap. But Pio Tuwai, he's opened up the space in the middle. Westfield, if they score here, they're going to move into the lead. Look at them go through the middle. The team from Sonaka in Nandi. But they've left the ball behind and they've gone short. One man on the short side. And Westfield will score the try. That moves them into the lead. 19 points to 17. And it's taken forever. It has taken forever. Look at this tackle. There was no follow-up. Each and every player out there is exhausted. They are playing out of their teeth in this final. And there's so many big hearts out there. They know what's at stake, and that's $40,000. So 19 points to 17. And Westfield are not going to be in any rush to take the conversion. And it's Pio Tuwai. He's got a bit of attention, and the conversion is missed. So it's just now a 2-point margin. Pio Tuwai is hurting. He's signaling to the outside and he's limping. Pio Tuwai is hurting. They'll get that substitute for him. Well, he's not going off the field. And Pio Tuwai, you can see him here at the bottom of his screen. He's going to play on. There's still time to play, and just 2 points the margin. So this could come down to a photo finish. Etonian Namba jumps up for the ball. It's loose left behind. Pio Tuwai, and it's knocked forward. So the referee Kavini Talameva Balangi calls time. And there's another player that's injured right now, and the medics attending to him at the middle. There he is. Very soon we'll confirm who this player is, but yeah, it is a Pio Tuwai. Oh no, it's not. But Pio Tuwai in number 2, he's soldiering on. He's doing so well with only Maki to feed in. So with less than 3 minutes now in this final, less than 2, Penning Onimeke is going to feed in a very decisive scrum. And you can see all the yellow boots from police. Onimeke, police from deep inside their own territory. So police is now, it seems, well, that they are playing with 6 players of police. Or they've got a player off field at the moment. So Penning Onimeke, there goes the hooter sounds. This will be the final play. A try here or a drop goal is gonna win it for Police, and who more than this man to win it for them? Weisendau is back in from the bin, and now Police with the chance to win it. Penning Onimeke, he's won tournaments before at this stage of the final. A turnover for Westfield will be good enough. Dao. Here comes Westfield defending with all their might. Police looking for one more to seal the final, and Pio Tuai looking for it, and he kicks out the winner. Pio Tuai, he's soldiered on, he's held on, he's become my man of the tournament. That is my pick of the tournament. Pio Tuai, the man who hails from Vatukoula, playing in the Saunaka Nandi Rugby 7s team, are officially $40,000 richer. After being down 12-7 at halftime, they've pulled their weight. They played out of their skin and teeth to win the Vatukoula 7s Cup final, the richest cup final by far, defeating Police 19 points to 17. And we're going to cross very, very soon for an interview, but right now this tournament by far has been one of the most organized Rugby 7s tournament that we've covered so far. Everything has been right on time. So now we join Irfan Khan on the ground.
Master Philippe Korikai, the coach of the Westfield team from Saunaka Nandi. It must be a great feeling to win the Vatukoula 7s final with that $40,000 prize money.
First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty for giving us the win today. It was they are just students of Ratunabul, and we're very thankful to reach this far. I think if I can summarize whatever that we have done in these 2 days, the thing that I would say is God is good. Because of the many things that we did, we just commit everything to the Lord. And what we received today is not a surprise, because this God is a God of is a provider, and our thoughts is not the same as His thought. We thought that we would break off during the quarterfinal, but God led us through to reach the final. The 40,000 for us, we'll just give back the 1/10 to the Lord because of the win that we have received today. Thank you very much.
Master, do you think Pio Tuai's presence was the motivating factor behind your success?
He's the elder brother. Those that are there in the backs, they're just the small brothers. And being there as an experienced player, he's a great motivator to the students. Not to the students, but to the players who are playing today.
Congratulations for the win.
Thank you very much.
That's all the tears of joy. Well, we're going to leave you now. We're going to cross to the studios as Pio Tuai, the man from Vatukoula, but so far from our producer Irfan Khan, our tech assistant Christian Neal, from our tech director Richest, from our graphics Elia, from our slow-mo specialist Rakesh, our director Ronil, and our 3 cameramen Jesse, Amit Shalen, and my co-commentator Andreu Bukilangi, and also at our team that's in our studios waiting to join us with the 6 p.m. news, and also to Avnil Pratap, who's going to connect us very, very soon. It's been great having you here in this coverage live only by Fiji Television's free-to-air channel Fiji 1, where the contents is clear.